Hello. How y'all doing? What? Brain, hello, words. I've forgotten what I was gonna say again. Amazing. Yeah, hi, hello. My brain does not want to function right now. I'm just getting into this then. There were some things I was wanting to talk about to open it, but my brain is just not wanting to function. Oh boy. Well, if the game doesn't want to freak out, it's gonna work for me. Double checking a thing or two. Oh, this game freaks out. Hello? Of the devil is not responding. Okay, close. What? You were fine earlier. Do you want to start up? Hello, thanks Unity for actually opening. My mouse strong? Oh. I think things are working. Hello, my laptop doesn't want to be able to load stream so I can see what the fuck is working or not because this is full screen at the moment. I thought I fixed this. Oh no. There we go. I think everything's working. This is a work of fiction. All right. Rain sizzles off neon above me. The summer shower creates a noted uptick in the trickling of the flickering of holograms down the street. A slight blunting of the night's ambience. Emphasis on slight. Lights, cameras, the constant noise. The city's got her insomnia with the uneven heartbeat to prove it. There's no escaping the second-hand nervous energy of it all, but I'm plenty acclimated. Just a wave of worries, resting on the surface while I hold my breath deep below. Besides, a microdose of nightlife anxiety suits my mood just fine. 'Cause if I'm not careful, this client of mine's gonna die in jail. It's hard to get away with murder these days. People are still presumed innocent, at least on paper. But by the time they're in cuffs, there's hardly any shadows of a doubt left. Because this whole world's lit up, mapped out, never unknown, and always online. Whether it's incandescent or neon or hollow, whether it's LCD, LED, or just the nearest phone screen. There's light shining on every last pixel of the map. And someone's always watching. Solitude's a rarity. Anonymity is scarce. What? Thanks for the follow. And defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. So you take whatever clients you can get. You don't balk at public defense work, no matter the hour. And should you find yourself in one of the last dark, quiet corners left in the whole world, well, smoke 'em if you got 'em. Not that there's much else I can do until... phone. Counsel, your public defense contract has been approved. You're expected at the 254th precinct to present your ID at the door to enter. Arrive at least 15 minutes early. I'll try. Looks like the paperwork came through. It's nearly 3:15 now. 90 minutes since I took the job. Probably makes it about 2 hours since they finally got smart enough to ask for a lawyer. If they're really smart, they'll have used that time to get some rest. Because now that I'm here, things are going to get busy. Oh, I'm already liking the vibes of this. And he shall appear. Ooh. Disable tutorials? You can turn them back on in settings. I think I'll keep them. Hey, okay, so I think I'm just gonna use keyboard for a bit. Oh, I just saw some screen tearing. I thought I dealt with this. VSync. Oh, there's stuff going on in the background. Is there? Yep, sort of. It was... Hello? Where's VSync? Does this game even have VSync? Please tell me it has VSync. Display, graphics, 60 FPS, full screen, windowed. VSync. Oh no. Ugh. 1 second. That quick save? Oh, 1 second. Title. 1 second. I'm gonna have to do something real quick because VSync isn't on and I saw some screen tearing and that's gonna bug me. Alright, NVIDIA control panel. If you want to pull up the NVIDIA control panel, there we go. And it's 3D settings, correct? Program settings. And, add... Nope. Oh. There we go, that one. Add selected program. Go down to virtual sync. It's down there. Virtual sync on. Apply. Oh, come on. Come on, NVIDIA. You're not playing. Alright, fine. We're going without the VSync. Alright, I'll try that one. Alright, I thought I quick saved and it didn't. That's not what I wanted. Load game. The quick. Alright. It didn't save. We're gonna have to. Control. Oh! Don't want to be moving too fast. Alright, enable tutorial. Precinct 254. It's a goddamn ghost town. With nothing but a hologram for a welcoming party. I'm here about a homicide. High clearance rates be damned. You'd think they'd treat it with a little more gravitas. Oh, whatever. I find that unimportant. They've got no right to complain if I take my sweet time getting checked in. And I should take my time. Information's like cash in my line of work. You gotta spend it to make it. If you're flat broke, no one will give a shit what you have to say. So let's see if I can't poke around to shake some change loose. There's the phone button. No, tap the phone icon on the top left to access the pause menu where you can save, load, and check settings. You can toggle on auto advanced text with the auto button or check previous lines with the backlog button. Normal VN stuff. Look around for photos of interesting look around for points of interest and you can check to investigate the area. You'll earn credit for investigating anything and everything you can. Credit is both a measure of your information gathering skills and your own credibility. So don't go broke. Alright. An actual police lineup. It's like I walked into a museum. No, museums tend to feel expensive and clean. Dusty, forgotten, probably lots of unpacked boxes. This homicide department's more like an attic. Hard to believe they were ever so busy that they had witnesses making IDs in the lobby. Then again, it's hard to believe they were ever doing lineups in the first place. Are you certain? Wasn't it dark? Did you know that during traumatic events memory formation is blah blah blah? Poking holes in that setup must have been like shooting fish in a barrel and all during shooting fish in a barrel and all during billable hours. But there's no room to sow doubt anymore. Not when a modded witness can just submit their testimony as a video recording. Assuming their phone didn't automatically file a police report for them. High traffic hallways, utilitarian furnishing, multiple screening stations. Pragmatic brutalism. So textbook it could teach freshman level architecture. You can almost hear the building drone on and on about concrete and iron, hard right angles. Civil planning equivalents of battle scars. From a fight fun so long ago that they're starting to look ridiculous. I'm sure it was all very imposing back when it was built. But walking in here now, with crime rates where they are, feels like a hospice ward for heavy-handedness. Oh. A data pad. I'll bite. Even when they're more advertisement than article, they can still be informative. In a flowery, roundabout, corporate propaganda sort of way. Keep an eye out for articles in the environment. They offer insight in the world around you and credit towards your investigation. Articles are added to your phone's reading list after you finish reading them. subway fixes asked the city to refocus on canopy, declaring the subway tunnels to be irreparably flooded. City engineers announced this week that all plans to drain and repair the system were being suspended indefinitely. Saltwater damage to the sensitive electronic cabling and erosion of key tunnel fixtures were cited as reasons for why 89% of the subway system was evaluated as critically compromised or worse. Civil engineering efforts will be refocused on maintenance and expansion of the hybrid super infrastructure system that weaves together trams, highways, walkways, and skyscrapers into the canopy. Oh. Oh. Okay, it does work with that. It just clicks far more than I was expecting it to. High above the city streets, reactions to the Whoa. Alright, I'm just gonna have to get used to this. Reactions to the announcement could be characterized as blasé. It's been years since the subways last ran, and decades since they last ran on schedule. Most citizens have long since given up hope on them ever making a comeback. Online chatter barely reacted to the announcement, with most commenters and voters' attention focused instead on the growing investigations into Councilman Long's campaign finance irregularities. As one of the Canopy's major backers in City Hall, Long has often found himself at odds with a small but vocal group of critics that consider it to be an eyesore and an amplifier of light and noise pollution, and with Long having stepped away from his political duties in order to more fully cooperate with investigators. For the first time in nearly 20 years, the typical rock-steady political foundation of the Canopy was looking The Canopy was looking uncharacteristically shaky going into this week, but with the subways now officially no longer an option, people and corporations alike have little choice for how they complete their morning commute. However, not all reactions to the news have been negative. At least a few bold individuals see this latest report as vindication and possibly even a rallying cry. Already considered by many to be a rising star in infrastructure solutions abroad, tech startup Subterra made headlines last year with their radical proposal for a system of personal submarine taxi pods that could make use of the flooded subway tunnels but momentum stalled when their first prototype for the city came in at a disappointing 3,359% over budget. 33 times. One council member was quoted as calling their system mind-bogglingly wasteful and impractical in the extreme. In light of this latest announcement, Subterra has proudly declared their intent to resubmit their proposal package. Across the entire globe, coastal cities like ours have struggled to find civil engineering answers to rising sea levels and subterranean flooding that satisfy its financial, practical, and aesthetic concerns. Historically, most scientists have attributed this increase in sea level to climate change, though there are dissenting voices. Water rises and falls all the time for reasons we do not fully understand. We too, blah blah blah. It appears that you have 0 free articles remaining this month. Please verify your account information in order to continue reading the stories. The stories that matter. Oh, good God. Ballsy of them putting the paywall there. As if I'd reached for my wallet after having to read a word like aesthetical. Besides, I get the gist of it. The takeaways that the city'll be focusing its efforts on. The canopy. There'll be increased scrutiny surrounding the canopy now that there's no plan B. Hi, Fizzy! Hi! Oh my god. Fizzy, shut the fuck up. You subscribed for 21 months, not 19. What are you talking about? That derailed my brain entirely. The what? The why do I? I'm confused. I don't remember the 21. Oh my god, my brain could mimic the fucking sound, but I barely remember the line. Okay. Oh my god. There'll be increased scrutiny surrounding the canopy now that there's no plan B. It's a massive project with a massive budget. Lines the pockets of a lot of people, big and small. None of them would appreciate bad press at the moment, not when Councilman Long's already thoroughly chummed the waters. Alright. Anything else of interest? Nah. The medium's cracked in the corner. Looks bad, but my phone's made of the same stuff, and I'm rolling the dice every time it falls off the sofa. Could probably null the warranty on one of those things with a loud sneeze. At least it's not broken entirely. Even at this hour, it's still dutifully scrolling through its notifications. Looks like the usual 1-to-1 ratio of public health alerts and inoffensive pop culture trivia you always get served at state buildings. There's a few missing persons too. 1 year of silver plan coverage. Courtesy of the Cadence as a reward for any... Was that a word? Cadices? Cadices? Huh. It's a name, it's capitalized. Don't know how to pronounce it, but... Yeah, so far, I'm getting the idea that it's like Ace Attorney, but like cyberpunk dystopia at the moment. And that's just sort of the vibe I got at this exact moment, which is very, very interesting. Silver's no joke. Solomon must be getting desperate. All right, I've taken all the necessary brain. Hello. I've taken in all the scenery and learned as much as I can here. Time to get checked in. Booted up fine, so far so good. Good morning. Morgan, here for the public defender contract. Could you please provide your name and... Great, please stand still for a moment. I wonder, I wouldn't call intake hollows charming, more like harmless. But that's probably what the designers were aiming for. People don't mind a quirk or two in their text so long as it never speaks out of turn. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble placing you. Could you please provide your name and date of birth? So far, so good, was it? Say, why don't you just scan my ID card? Great. Now, could you just confirm your date of birth for me? Why do they even bother asking? My birthday's on the same ID and my profile. I've had to be a world-class airhead to get this question wrong. No problem. My birthday's... Alright. Profiles. I love... This portrait on the right is great. The most... I am smiling face I have ever seen. Oh, December 26th. Hey. December 26th. Perfect. Good morning, Morgan Counselor. Thank you for your timely arrival and for taking on this public defender contract. If you're ready to speak to your client, you can proceed to counseling quarters 3C. Is that what you're calling it now? You mean the investigation room? I'm sorry to have caused you confusion. My vocabulary is regularly updated to better reflect state standards. Don't sweat it. I can keep track of every new euphemism either. I can't keep track of every new euphemism either. They could call it the involuntary wellness check room if they like. Doesn't change the way it makes a person feel sitting in a stifled box of one-way panels. Nothing to see but their own reflection dully warped across gunmetal walls. Morgan Counselor, can I help you with anything else? Choices that progress the story forward will cause other options to shrink away when selected. Choices that will take the conversation down side paths before returning to the point will not. Because of the article you read earlier, you've unlocked an additional choice in this dialogue. Read and examine at every opportunity to build your knowledge and get the most out of every conversation. Okay, so that's what they're talking about. It grays everything else out when we're gonna continue the conversation. Ah, and bonus stuff that we have unlocked is in blue. What are you? What are you? I'm a smart user interface proudly sold by Noble Electronics. Thank you for asking. If you're interested, I could send you a link with information about our subscription packages. Should I send you a link with information about our subscription packages? No. No, sorry. That was a mean question to ask. He's being so nice to the hologram. Why the disrepair? I know the city's not terribly concerned with the lower wards, but this is a police station. Why is it so goddamn dusty? This facility is currently undergoing renovations. Since when? 60s? It has been 22 months. since the timetable was last updated. Oh. They really don't see a lot of action around here, do they? I'm sorry for any inconvenience you may have encountered. I'm adaptable. What about you? They ever gonna fix that crack? Thank you for asking. It has not interfered with my work. Well, that's all that matters, right? That'll be all. Thank you. I'll find the counseling quarters past... Like counseling quarters. I hate that. I hate that. You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office through the door to your right. The counseling quarters past the homicide detective's office, where we're gonna be... What euphemism are we gonna use next? What euphemism are we gonna use next for our murder suspect? Oh my god. Thanks. But I think it's just me for now. So you could go on break if you like. Automated dependents do not take breaks, Morgan Counselor. Then what are you doing before I walked in? What were you doing before I walked in? The music cut. You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective office. To the door to the right, thank you. Adios. Don't get breaks, and they don't get breaks, and they don't get my jokes. Ads don't get breaks, and they don't get my jokes. But it's usually the humorless types that are the most fun to mess with anyways. Well, that took a moment for it to advance. Eyes gone bad or something? Voices coming from down the hall. Heard to yours? Probably. Thank God I stopped for directions. Had building this empty, the desk would have just told me to follow the echoes. One voice sounds older, well, for decidedly low energy. Appreciate you worrying about me. Oh, God forbid I try to be serious. All the others rings with youthful indignation. It's not like our job's important or anything. Definitely cops. And at this precinct, at this hour, that might be the only two living, breathing people in the whole complex. Because why else would we be bothered to print all that out? One document or 100 looks the same on a data pad. Anytime you question a suspect, you need to have a heavy file on hand. Makes them think you know them better than their priest, their mother, their big brother? I wasn't gonna say that. So how many of those sheets were blank then? No red carpet tonight, officers? Oh, sorry about that, ma'am. We don't keep many extra hands around at these hours. Probably faster to let the desk handle intake anyway. But mostly cheaper. You the lawyer? I am. Morgan Esquire. Pleased to meet you. Same here, Counselor. Chasm, London. Chasm, London. And the ball of sunshine here is my partner, Farrah Reyes. Ball of sunshine? She certainly is. Sorry if you were kept waiting. Chatter between the departments has been hectic all night. It's no trouble. It gave me time to enjoy my cigarette. Cigarette? Like tobacco? What are you, 80? She can't be more than a few years younger than me. We're the detective in charge of this particular case. And it looks like tonight we're also your humble guides to the illustrious homicide department. Apologies in advance for our cobwebs. For any cobwebs. Pretty sure I've seen this London character around the courthouse before. Oh. He never struck me as more than just some old-timer. But I suppose being an old-timer is an accomplishment in and of itself in this profession. Sunshine is definitely a new face, though. Rigid in her posture and her attitude. 3 in the morning and her shirt still looks ironed. Freshly promoted, maybe? 2 whole detectives working at these hours? Sounds serious. Unless you were just the first to arrive on the scene. No, we're just nearly that timely. We're not that nearly... Right, hello. No, we're not nearly that timely. Uniforms responded to the emergency call within a few minutes. Calls, plural. Must have been quite the commotion. Look around. You think we're the first to arrive for anything? She's not wrong. We were only tapped after circumstances at the scene indicated involvement with an ongoing investigation. Our ongoing investigation. Not very subtle, is she? But I might as well bite at this point. So you suspect that this client of mine is involved in some aberrant criminal activity? Wait, did you really not? No, I guess they wouldn't put it in the public defender's briefing. Look, consider this a little professional courtesy. A fair warning, yeah? That's the heartbreaker killer in that room. And we've got the bastard dead to rights. So if you're kind, you'll help him plead it out. And if you're smart, you'll pass this shitstorm onto some other night owl and go back to bed. I'm not feeling particularly kind or smart at the moment. So perhaps in the meantime, you'd be so polite as to fill me in about this heartbreak killer. They cover utilities at the Rock? They cover utilities at the Rock you live under? Is there a problem? You're seriously not familiar with HK? Never heard of him. I've heard enough of him for a lifetime. That name has been plastered all over the city for weeks. Our crimes wavering between breaking news and urban legend. Their presumed goals flip-flop from unadulterated anarchy to unappreciated vigilantism. At street corners, in the media, on the net, everyone's indulging in the same kind of armchair detective speculation that I can't stand. But right now, I need to figure out exactly how much the police do or don't know. And when it comes to cops, I always get better results playing dumb than I do acting smart. I take it he's a repeat offender? Is it the killer part that tripped you off? You must have at least heard about his MO. Media's gone crazy with it. Along with everyone else. One bullet straight through the heart. Body left a lie where it falls. Hence the name Heartbreak. Not exactly creative, but amidst the swirl of every other 100-word article out there, catchiness trumps originality. What you won't read about online is that all 6 of HK's victims were shot by the same gun, without even needing to reload. Horrible to say, I know, but 6 for 6? That's pretty good shooting, isn't it? Hitting the bullseye at the shooting range is good shooting. Doing it 6 times in a row is great. But shooting 6 people with accuracy like that, it's a whole different beast. Takes a certain kind of monster, a real freak. His pulse probably didn't even rise. I see. Sounds robotic. You almost make him sound like a machine. Is it possible that... No, it is not. There's no such thing as a killer robot, madam. Of course, my mistake. So all those androids marching in the military, those robots patrolling in the police uniforms, those drones dropping fire bombs from the sky, I guess they're all firing blanks. Fair enough. Machines can kill, and they have been for decades, but they don't commit murder. Right. Evil like Heartbreak. That is all organic. That's a pretty terrifying thought. I should really start paying more attention to the news. I managed to miss 6 murders. Well, you can only blame yourself for missing 5. Pardon? You're still not getting it. HK6 victim was found a few hours ago, when we caught the son of a bitch red-handed. So you're convinced that my client is the Heartbreak Killer? And tonight was just his latest crime? That's a serious accusation with very serious consequences. I take it you have serious evidence to back that up. I was being literal, counselor. Red-handed. When we found your client, he was covered in her blood. Well, that's not good, is it? What you say certainly sounds compelling. Is that lawyer talk for opened and shut? But even if that's the case, how does one crime scene make him look good for 6 murders? It's all there is in the discovery files and the arcs, of course. Join the local net on your phone and we'll turn over everything you need. I'll bet. Thanks for that, detective. I'll be sure to read it over. But if it's all the same, could I ask you some questions while I've got you here? What kind of attorney wants to be to investigate the detectives? This kind of attorney. You're just that pleasant. Come on, Sunshine. Not like we're gonna be punching out anytime soon, right? Whatever. Let your clients do an investigation all night for all I care. Antero, you mean the counseling quarters? We're at your disposal, counselor. Oh, I'm already loving the vibes of this game. How much further do you think I get in 10 minutes before the ad decides it's gonna run automatically? You think I'm gonna get it to another stopping point like this? Let's just read around a bit first, then I can run the ads, I guess. Latest Nobel androids receive warm welcome. Noble androids? Brain. Latest Noble androids receive warm welcome, bolstered by the strong earnings. The report surging sales of the Animate 16 Noble electronics stock rose a stunning 3% this week to a new record high, while Noble's latest iteration has yet to surpass the sheer popularity of its predecessors. An increased profit margin has left Noble's shareholders very enthused. Many investigators were skeptical when at their now infamous 2084 trade convention, Noble announced that the 16th line would be the first generation of androids to feature over 50% organic components. So-called warm androids, which at the time only saw demand in the health, senior, and child care sectors, were looked down upon as impractical due to the increased maintenance costs, cuts, scratches, bruises, and the like. And while some critics voiced concerns that fringe religious or traditionalist groups might find warm androids controversial, more business-focused minds feared that Noble was alienating its customers in the industrial and military sectors in order to cater to civilian consumers. Users that viewed their androids from across the room and not from above the factory floor. However, as has often been the case in the last decade, Noble's doubters were proven wrong. Why is my brain having a problem reading this font? It's a very clean font. Oh no, it might be the color. However, as often been the case in the last decade, Noble's doubters were proven wrong. The Animate 16 was poised to break profitability records with no signs of slowing down, and many industry analysts predict that that these once rare organic androids will completely replace their more robotic predecessors in daily life within the next 3 to 5 years. Yeah. I keep wanting to use my scroll wheel to scroll on this, and it's either I have to drag it like this, or drag the scroll bar, and when it does, it does it in chunks, which it also bugs me. Where is it? Where was I? Described in the earnings report, much of the 16th line's success, and indeed the success of Noble's androids in general, can be attributed to the remarkable lifelike, personal charm of their products, and by all accounts, that charm can be attributed to the work of Noble's famed lead programmer, Dr. Adam Asher. Lead programmer is the understatement of the century, said the Noble brand ambassador Lucy Dees on stage at their latest Noble Industry Weekend hashtag. It's because of his Turing solution that every Noble product, from the sleekest assistants to the most advanced and intensive care technicians are so beloved and trusted by our customers. While his reputation was on full display at the event, Dr. Asher himself was nowhere to be seen. He's always been reclusive, but he's become a genuine hermit in recent years. Are we really to believe he's still... Hey fam, looks like you're not logged in to this device. Wanna put in your account info so we can help keep you reading? Fuck off. Is the news again? There's no wonder can't spit without it landing on a piece of noble tech these days. Especially not where the state's involved. This sucks all. Where's the settings? My brain just realized, wasn't there an option for text in here somewhere? Where is it? Fonts! Let's try that one. I don't like the way that looks. Oh, this is gonna be the dyslexic font. That's also, yeah, okay. I'm sorry. It's struggling to read it sometimes, but also, like, it looks nice whenever you're not looking at the weird kerning of the datapad font. To know if they'll bite when it comes to warm androids, though. For government use, they'll just... too frail. All androids undergo wear and tear, especially if they're directing traffic or suppressing crowds. So if there's worm androids that bleed pink all over themselves every time they take a rock to the cheek, it's just an endless stream of bad photo ops waiting to happen. Oh, I got about 3 minutes till the ad runs. I don't think I'm gonna be able to finish reading another thing in time. So I'm gonna let that ad run and go on break for a moment. Whoa, I've done a little bit of a stretch. I'm back, and the ad should be done. My laptop refuses to be able to load the Twitch stream for some reason, so I can't double check if ads are still going. Because it kind of gets decent. Like, there is the ad viewer in OBS, but the timer on that can be off compared to what the timing of people actually seeing ads are. So I'm just gonna guess it's done already. Barren, stark, and uninviting. This must be Ray's. Yeah, I'm gonna guess that's Ray. Barren, stark, and uninviting. This must be Ray's desk. Keeping your workstation neat and tidy is admirable, but I can't spot a single mode of personalization. Is she so new she hasn't had time to unpack? Or is she really that uptight and boring? Both, maybe. You shouldn't have changed up so much just for little... You shouldn't have cleaned up so much just for little old me, Detective London. Someone really needs to introduce this guy to a filing system, or even just a stapler. Paper documents scatter about lazily alongside actual photographs. Either he's really old-fashioned or really paranoid about data leaks. He just doesn't look like the paranoid type. Well, orderliness aside, some things are better in paper. I'll give him that. Loose wires, missing panels, an aircon system that probably sweats more than the people it's supposed to cool. I haven't seen that many people call it an aircon. Well, not much out of, like, Japanese media or whatever. No room in the budget for making the office not look like shit, huh? I expect to find a lot of belt tightening at the homicide. But I didn't think their operation would be this bare bones. I've got a stunning clearance rate, and they work fast. Guess the city sees that and just assumes their job is easy. Maybe the job is easy. But with our dear, doting surveillance state eliminating so much of the footwork. But if your wheels don't squeak, you don't get your palms greased. So homicide ends up as the only state department with a shrinking budget. A dumping ground for the police force most ambitious. And least popular. Okay. Nothing else jumps out at me around here. Oh, I love the soundtrack playing in the top right corner. Oh, is my mouse not? No, my mouse is just incredibly small. Is there an option to change the mouse size? I sort of noticed that it was a little small, but there's no option for a bigger mouse. Okay. I've got a better idea of who I'm dealing with, at least. Now I need to check out the crime scene data. I should have been sent a link. You've been granted access to state files regarding case KL43351. Oh, that's nicer font. Reply C to confirm. Confirm. You need to reply C in order to confirm. Am I talking to a person? I am an automated dependent. Her expression. Ads are usually more polite. Our personalities are tailored to suit our users' preferences. Oh my god. Why is she... I love her. She is great. She is arguing with the AI. The automated text system. So the state likes you to be a little authoritarian? You need to reply C. C. It's case sensitive. Oh, and they're sassy too. Come on, shut the fuck up. You're but I want to strangle this fucking text thing. Thank you. Link. I'm tempted. One moment. I'm pulling up my laptop because that's a... I'm very tempted. Come on. It's on my laptop, and I'm Google searching it rather than typing it in directly to see if it pulls something up. I'm not gonna be loading a random fucking URL. Okay. Let's move on. Alright, if I project from my phone... Ooh! Augmented reality crime scene. Oh, this is neat. Oh... Alright, let's see what the police have. And what do they think is important? Stand-up mirror shattered and knocked down. Real glass, no screens or cameras here. It was hit hard enough to come unattached from its arm. While shards of glass were scattered far enough to land on the victim's body. What a mess. Oh, so it was on this arm. That's what it was meaning. I'll get around to the body. Seems like the vase got tossed aside at some point. And yet there's not a scratch on it. Must be pretty damn durable. Isn't art supposed to be delicate? Maybe it's making a statement. Oh. There's other things in this room, and it doesn't want me to interact with them. The victim's body. Cause of death, ballistic trauma, class 4 blood loss, atrium and aorta, single gunshot wound to the heart, and brief. Death was instantaneous, no injuries anywhere else, and no blood or skin under her nails. Blood splatter, forensics, and all other good stuff tells them about that she was shot from there. So the killer was standing in the doorway when they fired. Oh. The murder weapon, a revolver, found right next to the body. 6 empty casings found in each of the 6 chambers, meaning the gun's been fired 6 times. Looks like the crime scene techs practically disassembled the damn thing. But all they found were fingerprints belonging to my client. So he was found by the police with the murder weapon right in front of the body. I don't even know where to start highly prejudicial would be an understatement. That's all the big ticket items. What about the security? Looks like the apartment was unlocked all night. It's not uncommon for people their age in a neighborhood like this. But no signs of forced entry. Only hurts my client's case. Only hurts my client's case. What about the rest of the room? There's not much else flagged here. Just a lounge chair that got thrown and... whatever that is. Unidentified ceramic debris. Flagged as irrelevant? That's their technical assessment? Guess even the crime scene techs weren't sure what to make of it. Okay. That's everything that the police highlighted. But did I miss anything? It won't let me hide. Oh! What was that? It's not highlighting anything, so... okay, that's just gonna be doing a mouse thing. Looks like... oh! The gold. The hell is that? Something in the victim's hand? How the hell did... it's just a pill organizer. Looks like some immune adjacent NSAIDs and triproxazone, synthetic glycoside, synthetic glucocorticoid. Oh my god, scientific words are just fun to try and pronounce. Medication taken daily to reduce rejection symptoms like phantom pain and generalized itch. The autopsy said her tox screen was clear, but it's not like it matters. She could have swallowed every medicine cabinet in the city and still wouldn't change the cause of death. It's odd, but ultimately irrelevant. Everything here is all very incriminating, but the kickers, everything that's not here. No out-of-place DNA, footprints, crumbs, nothing that points towards anyone except my client. Oh, I've done more with less before, but not much more. I'm really gonna have to sing for my supper this time. Better get started. Who the hell's messaging me at this time of night? First person who comes to mind is... I suppose it could be something important. Brat. What couldn't wait until morning? Good news, of course. Got a job for you. That's a pretty cheery way to tell me you violated parole. Well, not that kind of job. Besides, I've been covering my tracks. This is something different. What was that last expression that I clicked past? Kind of thing I can't handle with just a keyboard and phishing scheme. I need to sue my gym teacher. I need you to sue my gym teacher. The fuck is this kid? Yeah, okay. Not that kind of lawyer, sorry. Hey, at least let me finish. What did they do? Make me run laps? Not illegal. Let me finish! They made me run laps. Even though I had a stomach ache. Said. Gotta be like... youth endangerment. Derived difference of some kind of shit. Sounds like you're already got a strong case. Try self-representing this time. What's with the blow-off? Nice phrasing. Oh wow, I'm laughing so hard right now. Oh, such great characters. Is that your mugshot? I wasn't gonna not get a copy of my mugshot. I used it as a reaction. Glad you found a use case. But I'm working right now, so... Anything cool? Homicide. Oh, cringe. Wait, what kind of homicide? Is it HBK? Heartbreak killer? Is that the kind of morbid thing kids your age talk about? Teens my age. And yeah, we can read. Compared to the corrupt shit in the headlines, old-fashioned murder like Heartbeat is like quaint. It's not heartbreak. Then why'd you take the job, lol? You see the 98% conviction rate as a challenge or something? You taking up lost cause probe knows work? That's pro bono. That was autocorrect. You know they give lit homework for a reason, right? Just don't pick on the autocorrect. Autocorrect sucks and you don't catch it all the time. This is borderline concerned and nagging. Maybe you really are a bleeding heart. Or just a sucker. I'm not a sucker. Nice phrasing, lol. You should go to bed, Fran. Tomorrow's Sunday. I can stay up if I want. Tomorrow is Sunday. Because today is Saturday. What's with the Carpe Diem shit? It's nearly 4 a.m., kid. You got school in like 3 hours. Shit! Oh, this game is amazing. Repeat offenders may be good for business, but that kid's bad for my blood pressure. Important text message, I take it. Just your typical teenage drama. So then, if you wouldn't mind filling me in on a few details. So how about the basics? What exactly was my client been charged with? Your client, Carlos Baker Flat, was arrested on scene at 8:50 p.m. Using his middle name already. I really do think he's a serial killer. The charge being the first degree murder of his girlfriend, a Miss Diane Dawn. First degree, that's increasingly rare, to say the least. It's rare for us to get handed anything but crimes of passion around here. City's got damn near more cameras than people. So you gotta be really, really stupid to just try and get away with murder. Well, Heartbreak's gotten away with it 6 times. So what's that make him? 5 times? And that makes him insane. I was gonna go with extraordinary. Let's split the difference and say extraordinarily insane. But nut jobs like that aren't renowned for their ability to think ahead. So, what makes you think this was premeditated? How about the fact that he stalked and killed 5 other women as a warm-up? A warm-up? 5 previous bullets, 5 previous victims. None of them knew each other, lived near each other, worked in the same fields. Weeks of digital autopsies crawling up and down their online profiles. Nothing. So the serial killer's chose his victims at random? If they have nothing in common. Yeah, nothing in common at all. Other than that they all look like cousins. Well then. The physical similarities are striking. All 5 prior victims are young women with brown hair and eyes, about the same height, comparable weight. Well, those features aren't exactly uncommon. Couldn't it be a coincidence? If you really believe that, you should quit your job and start buying lotto tickets. HK's got himself a type. Anyone can see that. You really gonna try and tell me that you don't see the resemblance? Young woman, brown hair, brown eyes. Can't tell how tall she is from a portrait, but I can take the hint. So you think what exactly? That Carlos Flat wanted to kill his girlfriend so badly he went out and shot 5 other women first? Hey, if the shoes fit. The shoe fits. The shoe fits. And you put the shoe on the... What Sunshine means is that it's not uncommon for killers to displace their violence from people close to them onto outlets with fewer consequences. Drifters, loners, strangers, workers. He's probably building up the nerve for tonight by first practicing on those other similar women. Or he's just so far gone that he can't tell the difference anymore. It's not the worst theory in the world, but it doesn't fit. You want to claim that those previous victims were practice runs, dress rehearsals for tonight's main event. But if that were the case, they'd have been signs of hesitation, nerves. There'd have been mistakes. On top of which, guns aren't impersonal. on top of which guns are impersonal. Execution shots, even more so. There's no sadism or hatred or intimacy in a single bullet to the heart. Killing your girlfriend or her lookalikes usually is, if nothing else, a lot less sterile, if you ask me. What was that? Oh, I'm gonna have to check the VOD to see what that text was. Timeline? So the time of death was 9 p.m. on the autopsy, but not oh, gas, excuse me. I saw the time of death was 9 p.m. on the autopsy, but do you have a timeline for the rest of the night's events? Can't trust much of what comes out of his mouth, but we've managed thanks to less biased sources. And we're pretty confident about what we've been able to piece together from their statements. So they interviewed witnesses. Sounds eerily similar to the real police work. The suspect and his girlfriend were arguing loudly with one another starting at around 8 p.m. Neighbors were clear about that part. Couldn't wait to tell us all about the happy couple's domestic problems. Everyone in the building knew they'd been fighting for weeks. As you probably gathered from what you saw in the arcs, there was a struggle. Furniture turned over, glass shattered, but things got quiet sometime around 9 p.m., sometime before 9 p.m. And then, there's a gunshot. Scrubbers are still scrubbing, looking for audio from the area to get a timestamp. But we heard from enough concerned citizens to be pretty damn sure about the time. Right, emergency services got a burst of calls from the block shortly after 9 p.m. No one seemed to recognize the sound for what it was, but the silence that followed was pretty universally alarming. Officers arrived on the scene at 9:08, establishing a perimeter, entering through the open front door at 9:10. And then they find the client, crouched over his dead girlfriend, his hand covered in her blood. At which point they moved to secure the scene and the suspect. Sorry, did you say his hand? Singular? Your client's modded. Cybernetic right arm. How modded are we talking about here? Registered with HOW 85 HOW 85 Habilis. Industrial grade looks like. Says he's spec'd for dexterous manipulation of up to class 4 kilopascal, which means a minimum grip strength of, well, basically, he could crush your neck without even gritting his teeth. Considering a career change? No, it's not like that. It's just... Or I must be very sensitive for you to put the patch back on sometime. Back on each time. Or I must be sensitive, very sensitive for you to put the patch back on each time. And here I thought you just had a 14-year-old sense of fashion. What? You calling her Chuny? Think a cop would cover her dominant eye because it was fashionable? I actually saw it the same thing the first time we met. You what? But getting back on track, that arm of his has been on the shop for some time now. Has been in the shop for some time now. He can't work without it. Money got tight. The arguing? Yeah. When did he put his arm in for repairs? 8 days before HK's first victim was killed. Well, no chance they'll be willing to chalk that up to coincidence. Your client was arrested on the scene after a preliminary scan found his fingerprints on the revolver. And no one else's. A revolver that... what kind? The old kind. The real old kind. More specifically, a Calver M54. 6 chambers, 10mm. Calver? How retro. You don't know the half of it. We're talking steel chamber, real gunpowder, mechanical firing pin, and no tags. No tags? How's that? Just how old are we talking here? Yeah, 24/7 location data, time-stamped trigger pulls, safeties coded to honor biometrics. For the past 3 decades, tags have had shooting crimes very unambiguous. So we're claiming my client used some kind of antique to commit these crimes? How else do you think he'd have gotten away with this 5 other times? If he tried to buy a gun legit, he'd probably fail the very first psych check. And even jailbroken pieces are only good for so long before update withdrawal sets in. So then, M54, that's... model year 2054? 30-year-old gun? Well, that sure complicates things, doesn't it? In some ways, sure. But pre-tagging firearms are rare. Gotta be less than 1,000 of them left in the whole country, and fewer still compatible with bullets. The ammunition would have been, The ammunition would have to be over 30 years old, too. The novelty of this weapon has kept us in the dark so far. But now that we have our hands on it, it's gotta put him away. It's gotta put him away for good. Archive department complained loud as hell about how deep they had to dig. I'll drink. One moment. Thank you. With the protocols they found, the techs were able to match the rifling marks on all 6 bullets to the gun your client was found with. Rifling marks? Bullets fired from guns that are old are marked by a barrel shape. Bullets fired from guns that are old are marked by the barrel shape. So if all 6 bullets had the same rifling marks, we know that they were all fired by the same gun. It's not as plug and play as tags are, but it's equally precise science, I assure you. And if that's not damning enough, the spent casings from the other 5 bullets were still in the chamber, without even needing to reload. The caliber your client was found with is the gun HK used to kill 6 women. No way to lawyer around that. An untagged gun. Just being anywhere near a weapon like that would warrant your arrest. Being found by the police over a dead body with an untagged gun used at least 6 and at 5 hello. An untagged gun used at 5 other crime scenes is just... To summarize then, you believe that my client fought verbally, then physically with his girlfriend. And then he retrieved his weapon and shot her? Yeah, pretty much. How did he look when the officers found him? Guilty. How was his affect? Quiet, detached, stiff. Not exactly the picture of a grieving partner. The reaction may have lost him points with the cops, but beyond that, people react to loss in all kinds of unusual ways. And so long as the police are suspicious of you, there's no right way to grieve. Alright, heartbreak. Checking my phone here, and I have to say, you've done a pretty admirable job keeping the details of HK's crimes a secret. What is... Oh, okay, the number is the points. What is terms? Augmented reality crime scene. Oh. That is not the back button. Right. Hey! The scroll wheel works here! The scroll wheel works here, but on the data pads! Dang it! Alright. I'm just gonna look through this for a bit. I haven't actually checked any of this out. Augmented reality crime scene data from this victim's apartment. Lossless capture from rooms. 1 second. I'm gonna look at the terms first. ARCs. Augmented reality crime scene. Augmented reality crime scene, abbreviated as ARCs, is an investigative tool in which data harvested by the sensors worn on first responders is used to reconstruct a digital copy of the pristine crime scene, programmed and distributed by a small number of tech corporations and frequently modified or even personalized by local municipalities. ARC systems are used by every major police force, most insurance investigators, and many law firms. After its introduction in the early 2060s, the technology briefly came under public scrutiny when the independent news organization United Media Casters released a series of reports claiming that ARC's data was regularly edited by corrupt officials to erase state secrets. These reports were later found to be fake, and the UMC was exposed as a subsidiary of a cell corporation within Lambda Work Solutions, who were marketing a number of alternatives to ARC's technologies at the time. The smooth scrolling and the scroll wheel functioning, this is so much nicer than the data pads. Board members at the Lambda announced the action of the said cell and offered assistance to their former competitors in suing leadership of the leadership at UMC, but the proceedings and settlement in this lawsuit remained sealed. very suspicious. Very suspicious, especially where this is cyberpunk dystopia. You gotta be questioning fucking everything. Especially when an independent media group finds, hey, this widely used technology has been getting backdoored to hide things and edit stuff. And then like, oh no, they're tied to this other group who's trying to undercut us. And then, oh yeah, the lawsuit and settlements are sealed. Very, very above board. Automated dependent, a legal designation for intelligent electronic entity. Abbreviated as AD and referred to in common. Abbreviated as AD and referred to in common conversation as AD or ADS. Automated dependent is a catch-all term encompassing robots, intelligent programs, interactive holograms, and androids. Ads are present both digitally and physically in every industry and nation on the planet, assisting in everything from data management to physical labor. In the mid-21st century, lobbyists pushed through new tax clarifications to define intelligent machines that were neither salaried employees nor mere equipment. Interesting. An interesting designation. Oh, I'm swimming in this lore. Okay. Lobbyists pushed through new tax clarifications to define intelligent machines that were neither salaried employees or mere equipment. So a middle ground between something that is dumb and is just a tool and a living person. So this sort of implies that there are rare ads that are, well, not ads, but like, I guess just use the term, AI that are actually, there might actually be human level AI somewhere. This sort of implies in a weird way. Or it might just be future-proofing a little bit. But with how these laws sort of work, I don't think that kind of future-proofing happens. So, very, very interesting implications with this line here. Because it afforded tax breaks and lighter tariffs, the term became so commonly used that it spread to all branches of the robotics industry, from which point it began to penetrate into everyday speech in pop culture. Some sociologists argue that the term owes its popularity not simply to its brevity and prevalence, but to its ability to draw a distinction between the commonplace robots, androids, smart UIs, etc., and the internationally illegal artificial intelligences. Searching for this term may incur an account flag. Oh, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Oh, I want to know more about this world. It is fascinating. Searching for this term may incur an account flag. Oh, this... I love that. Yeah, no, we're just looking up the terms on her phone and we're getting the information and it's like, hey, here's a warning. Do not look this up. You will get in trouble. And in this world where it's like, the surveillance state out the ass, it's like, yeah, you can't even find some way to secretly search for this thing. It'll get you in trouble. Read more about her, how the corporates, to cooperate with authorities to combat disinformation here. Read more about That's to do with, oh wait, no, what? Okay, it's still the purple text, the blue text, the light blue text, so I'm guessing it's just a part of this. Calver Firearms Inc. Okay. I thought for a moment, well, they first brought up the revolver, I thought they were gonna go real old with it, not, oh, here's something that's made by a company that was made in manufacturing of civilian firearms from 2031 to 2062. So, yeah. When it was brought out by Tortec. When it was bought out by Tortec and acquisitions groups specializing in security and national defense, now a subsidiary of the Lockcon. That's Lockheed Martin. That is supposed to be an evolution of Lockheed Martin, isn't it? Though no guns have borne the Calver branding since production halted in 2060, the once iconic brand has briefly revived in 2071, Q2, with a series of video game memorabilia tie-in promotions meant to increase the in-game item sales before being discontinued in 2071 Q3 for failing to increase in-game item sales. Microtransactions in video games. Oh my god. Noun, an industrial polymer capable of programming electric conductive resin. Though it outwardly resembles plastic or glass, conductive resin is actually an electromagnetic polymer. I was tabbing out to check when the ad was gonna roll. I didn't mean to back it. Wait, is it? Alt is back. Okay. It literally says it right there. Okay. Although it outwardly resembles plastic or glass, conductive resin is actually... My brain doesn't want to work right now. Okay. Next ad break is going to be a little bit more of a break. I need to get myself a snack. Brain. Conductive resin is actually an electromagnetic polymer used in a wide variety of stationary or portable devices. Stationary. It feels weird having a digital device called stationary. I mean, it makes sense because the date pads everywhere are basically just... They've replaced normal paperwork when you can just store everything on such a small space and not have to worry about huge piles of paper. Though they were complaining about having huge piles of paper earlier. Though they were talking about how most of it was probably blank anyways. Where was I? Stationary. Or portable devices, where its unique properties allow it to act as both a display and a processor, enabling ultra-thin or even transparent electronics. Fascinating. are upwards of 100 different patented varieties of conductive resin, each intended for different use cases, industries, and environments, but they are all fairly lightweight and fragile, except for the small handful formulated for military and security applications. Because of its widespread use in a high turnover products such as data pads and smartphones, producers of conductive resin are frequently accused of engineered obsolescence by consumer rights groups, though these claims have never been proven before in court. Because of course not! Of course not! Screen cracked? Schedule a fix here! I love getting that with my definition. Oh my god. Nope, that's not what I wanted to turn. Articles. Oh my god, there's so much to read. Data pads. Lightweight portable. A noun. A mid-sized portable electronic device for use inside a local news. Local networks. Brain. The lightweight portable electronic devices known as data pads have no significant internal storage capabilities, and they're mesh net screens, basically. They just connect to a nearby system to be able to just load whatever is working on there. My brain just made it when I was like, oh yeah, that's what it is. Like, that's a weird way of wording it, but yeah. it's HDMI over Wi-Fi. Although it's a data pad, so it'd be taking in info. It's a two-way communication, so it's like, whatever. It doesn't matter the specifics. Yeah. No significant internal storage capabilities and can only display what is streamed to them from local networks. Yeah. Originally marketed as a replacement for ecologically wasteful newspapers, magazines, and flyers, datapads quickly became infamous for the difficulty and expense involved in recycling them once their limited lifespan components expire. Oh my god. Yeah. Second. After I finish this one, I'm gonna go get myself a snack, read an ad, and I'm gonna have to turn the AC up a little bit because my computer is making shit unbearably hot in here. Originally marketed as a replacement for expired. Okay. It wasn't until they were rebranded as ideal for privacy and security that datapads found success in the private and public sectors. Their ability to display location-locked content helped corporations minimize data leaks and give their advertisements targeted geographic relevance. Today, datapads are a mainstay of high-traffic public spaces and virtual physical hybrid workplaces, despite remaining unpopular with most environmentalists and bibliophiles. Goodbye, physical media. Yeah. I'm gonna go on BRB and go get myself a snack and... probably gonna take a 10-minute break. I'll be back later. Hello? Oh. I return with the news that Tumblr has fucking annihilated another trans femme for no reason. Okay, moving on to... I fucking hate Tumblr so fucking much. Ah! Alright. Alright, digital autopsy. A post-mortem examination of an individual's electronic footprint. The law enforcement process of locating, bypassing authentication on, and investigating all the deceased individual's online profiles, commonly used to seek out possible connections to suspects or other victims. Oh! I don't like that. Bypassing authentication of an individual of all, to investigate all of a deceased individual's online profiles is to seek out connections to suspects or victims. Oh. That's a lot in one paragraph. That single paragraph speaks oceans. The widely utilized practice has been scrutinized in the past by some privacy advocates, but many victims' family who lack the ability to find, let alone access, all of their deceased loved ones' accounts argue for its necessity. Comparable processes are offered as a paid service by other legal and funerary groups to help next of kin recover or delete sensitive personal data. At times, these services have been marked as a defense against data criminals attempting to steal the identities of the dead before their accounts are wiped by state processes. What? That last sentence, excuse me? At times, these services have been marketed as a defense against data criminals attempting to steal the identities of the dead. Okay, get that part. Before their accounts are wiped by state processes. What does that mean? How limited is that? What do you mean here? Just completing, I don't know. There's something about the wording there that just, it's triggering some fight or flight in the back of my brain that I can't put it down exactly. Users also frequently searched for grave cobbling. How to stop stop stolen identity. How to delete dead profile. It's, okay, so it's like... State process is the part that's bugging me a little bit. Heartbreak killer. We encountered an issue while processing your request. Hey there, it looks like you're trying to search for a term related to an ongoing investigation. Until authorities have made their findings public, results may be heavily curated or temporarily unavailable. Read more about how corporate cooperate with the authorities to combat disinformation. Oh, fuck. Okay, then. Hologram. A 3D image formed by light. An enabled by specialized projectors or mediums like conductive resin. Holograms are graphic displays that appear three-dimensional to the human eye when viewed from any part of a face. Range of at least 180 degrees, an effect known as the Waterson illusion. I have to double check that. Oh, I'm spelling it wrong. That rung a bell in my brain. It was like, wait a minute, is that talking about a real... Okay, so... There's like... Brain, hello. There's currently a way to get sort of like... something like a hologram using a piece of flat glass. And basically, it only works with monochromatic light. Where basically it's a very specific setup, but they basically code the the intensity and the wavelength offset into a piece of glass, and when you shine light the specific wavelength through it in the same way, like you can basically take a photo of the objects behind it, remove the objects, and then shine the light, and then inside the glass you can see this sort of... this holographic image that looks like it's behind the glass. I can't remember exactly what that effect is called, but for some reason that name reminded me of it. I guess it was just because we were talking about holograms. Nothing showed up. This seems like it's a... Oh... If I read further down before immediately going, wait, something's just... Okay, what I'm loving about this world building so far is a lot of the weird science stuff is based off random, like... It's built off of stuff in, like, a very cool way, and I'm just knowledgeable about a bunch of random things enough to go, oh, hey, it's kind of like this thing. If this was like, about 70 years down the line. Alright. If I had scrolled down a little further, I would have seen the name right here. Originally patented in the late 2059, late 2059, Waterson's phenomenon was initially used exclusively in adult entertainment industry. Holograms did not become widely adopted as an advertising tool until the much maligned holiday season of '61. Oh my god. After which, laws restricting the presence of holograms in public spaces were passed with uncharacteristically universal support. What a paragraph to just drop! It was originally patented in late 59. It was initially used in adult entertainment, and then was widely adopted for advertising until it was banned. Oh my god. We're sorry to see that you've installed a subroutine on this device to disable and highlight our recommended premium external links. We understand your derive for personalization, but unauthorized tech impacts our ability to serve you the best, most relevant information possible. Consider disabling your subroutine so we can serve you a more tailored browsing experience. Fuck you. It didn't even go into depth of what that fucking illusion even means. I just realized it just talked about what happened. Why it's basically not banned from excessive public use, basically. What it looked like. I mean, it's still used. It's just not used for advertising. What if they just banned billboards? That would be so great. Hey, it's the Internet of Things. The Internet of Things refers to the network data sharing that goes on between all My brain's trying to fill in words that aren't there. Data sharing that goes on between all the countless electronics that we monitor ourselves with. Yeah, sure. It's meshnet. Phones, computers, security systems, biofeedback devices, body modifications and prosthetics, and of course, automated dependents. All comprise small but vital parts of this network without IoT's ability to collect, process, and share information. Massive opportunity costs build up as individuals, governments, and private businesses miss out on the valuable insight that data has to offer. God. Oh, what's... Oh, crumbs. That was something that was mentioned earlier. One of the coolest ways that IoT improves our lives is through the usage of their cookies. It's just cookies. Sorry, I just... I just saw fragments of the sentence coming up and I was like, oh, small packets of data containing your own unique identifying information. They're cookies. They're cookies for everything. Literally everything. Nightmare. Throughout our day, as you had to call it crumbs too, because you're just leaving crumbs everywhere, and there's no way to get rid of them. Oh. One moment. Okay. Crack myself up for a moment. Alright. Throughout your day, as your own IoT devices say hi to other devices, they'll leave behind crumbs as a parting gift. Crumbs all allow for paperless identification and payment and help the government manage human and vehicular traffic. Don't worry about it. Crumbs let you see where you've been so that you can see where you should go. What does start living crumbs right away? Don't worry, crumbs are enabled by default. Ah! Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare! What's even funnier is how close to reality a lot of this stuff is. Yay! I love living in this shitty cyberpunk dystopia. We don't even get a cool holograms or flying cars or anything. It's all the shitty parts of the dystopia, none of the fun parts. Not interested in sponsored search results? See further with a premium account. Oh, fuck. 1 second. I need a moment. I usually put my throat out with that scream. Water. Alright, I'm back. Mods. Showing results for body modifications. Oh. I haven't been paying the most attention to every detail of stuff, but... Is that the clock moving in the background on the phone? Like this part right here, you can sort of see it spinning. It's... Yeah, that looks like it's supposed to be the clock, because there's 5 divisions between each, and it's going at roughly 1 per second. I love this. Very cool design, not am I paying attention to it. But I love that this is literally a search. This is literally a search for random terms on the internet. So that's why we're getting all the fucking... the weird... We're getting stuff that mainly talks about it, but just talks about random shit that's not important, or getting ads and just little warnings of, hey, don't search this. Or straight up getting blocked when we get certain searches. Very interesting. Body modifications, aka mods, is a term that I read your comment, then went back to read, and then it clicked. I was like, oh, that's why you perked up to mods. I can be so tense sometimes. Alright. Is a term that may refer to cybernetic prosthetics, artificial implants, neural enhancements, or any combination of the above. While body modifications have been seen throughout history and across a wide range of cultures, the modern body modification movement is the The modern body modification movement is differentiated by a shift from intrinsic factors, expression or identity, to extrinsic factors, job, opportunities, technological benefits, improvements to physical and mental ability. Oh, my brain. Whenever it's talking about body modification here, when it's talking about this specifically, it's meaning like tattoos and piercings and whatnot, and not like prosthetics and false eyes and whatnot, which would fall into an area that's not talked about here, which is just, well, what is it? This section right here is definitely just the new technology stuff, and also the job opportunity stuff. But yeah, they're just thinking of the aesthetic stuff and not, you know, the stuff to be able to the old, in terms of this, the old prosthetics. Historically, mods have been classified based on which section of the user's spinal cord and the interfacing occurs at. The section of the user's spinal cord the interfacing occurs at. Thoracic, lumbar, or cervical. But this system does not account for mods which interact directly with the human brain. The increased prevalence of so-called above-the-neck modding in recent years has led to several corporations and medical organizations proposing their own new classification system, but so far none have gained much traction. Users also frequently search for, can you return mods? Can you undo mod surgery? Best reviewed neural implants, 2084. 2084. Wait, is that what the year is supposed to be, actually? Net scrubbing. Now, in the process of macro scraping all encrypted data in a given time and place. Unencrypted data, still, refers to the process of scouring all available data posted on the net within a certain time frame and location range for evidence of a crime, an increasingly common technique for police departments. Wait, did I say 2068? Wait, 2086. Oh, hello, net scrubbing. An increasingly common technique for police department corporate investigations and occasionally public relations firms. I read it at 2086 in my brain. I just said the wrong number because I just do that. While the brute force work is performed by automated departments, either digital or physical, experienced human supervisors must establish strict search constraints in order to produce usable results. Interest in the practice spiked when Senator Bankfurt positioned it as a key pillar of his party's law and order platform, but pollings indicated voters rarely held a strong opinion on the process. And the topic has since faded from political discourse. It has become so normalized, people don't even think about it. Alright, that's all of the terms! Oh, these are the articles we already read through, so I'm just gonna, will that get it off my, yeah, that'll get it out, the notification away. Hey! Oh, these are just short profiles. Yay, short profiles! Oh, it's ordered weird. No, it's not ordered weird, it just keeps adjusting. No! Might have reading the mistake. Delete your account! Ah! Blank. Oh, she's 5 centimeters taller than me. Occupation, criminal defense attorney, likes puzzles, smoking, wooden furniture, dislikes, commercials, hairdressers, jogging. I can understand why you don't like jogging. That sounds like it sucks a little bit. Talent, can fall asleep in any position. Mood. decaf whiskey sour. Homicide detective 3rd class. Likes rice, limes, automotive history. Dislikes liars, small plates, and cheap people. Always watching product reviews. Bad at games of chance. Right eye. Ooh. Oh, these 3 are different. Osiris Elite 86. All the coloring on everything. Alright, you. Wow, you're tall. Homicide detective 1st class. Likes photography, dive bars, and bangs. Dislikes ties, pollen, after-hour work messages. He's not on the clock. You will not fucking get to him. Listens to podcasts, hobby, pencil sketching, and frequently running late. Frequently running late. Just because he's not answering his phone off hours. Oh, Carlos Flat. Charge, 1st degree homicide. We already get his silhouette and we haven't even met him face to face yet. That's fun. Criminal record. Civil disturbance, ×2, no charges. Registered at birth. Modifications. Industrial class 4. Known affiliates. Psych eval. Heartbreak. Unknown. Occupation. What is this profile? Who the fuck filled this out? Occupation criminal, likes killing, dislikes getting caught, favorite color, probably red. Zodiac sign, probably not into astrology. Reward, suspended due to flux of false reports. Suspended due to flux of false reports. What the fuck is this profile? What was the yard's data? Augmented reality crime scene data from the victim's apartment. Lossless capture confirms the following: victim was shot from the room's doorway. No DNA, no crumbs, no fingerprints, no digital tampering. We'll see about that last part at some point, probably. Well, this is just episode 0, so who knows? We don't know if it's just gonna be a one case for the whole game or multiple cases. Or at least I don't know yet. Time of death, 9 p.m. Cause of death, ballistic trauma. This is, we already read that. Debris. That's the one the technician flagged as irrelevant. A flat coat. The coat the suspect was wearing when taken into custody. Taken by lab techs for additional analysis, but initial tests show blood on the left sleeve. Matches that of the victim. The glass from the broken standing mirror found at the crime scene. Said mirror was a low-tech furnishing with no digital components to pull data from. Yet with enough force that scattered shards of glass. That's enough force to scatter shards of glass onto the victim's body. So the glass shards were on top of the body, so They died to a gunshot to the heart. That would have been instantaneous. They would have been down. The mirror would have shattered after them for some reason. Yeah, there's already a hole that I can see right there in what it's going on. A common brand of pill organizer found in the victim's grasp. Number of prescriptions. Suspects prosthetic. How industry boasts an impressive combination of grip strength and dexterity. Stand on was a 27-year-old agricultural genetics researcher. Perigee Laboratories found shot through the heart in the bedroom of the apartment she shared with prime suspect Carlos Flat. No known connection with previous HK victims. Alright, that's enough for now. I need to check the backlog because I skipped 2 things on accident. Checking your phone here, and I have to say, you've done a pretty admirable job keeping the details of HK's crime a secret. The less reputable sites are doing some real journalistic acrobatics trying to piece together a story. Yeah, top 11 theories on who HK was a real weighty read. It's not like journalists, though. It's not just journalists, though. All kinds have been emboldened. The freaks that HK has managed to bring out of the woodwork in just a few weeks. Can you blame them, though? I mean, he's a genuine serial killer. Repeat offenders in general are an endangered species, but he's gotten away with... We know what he's gotten away with. Take a look around us, detective. National DNA registries robust enough that cases never go gold. Cameras on every street, a phone on every citizen. Violent crime at an all-time low, and clearance rates an all-time high. But you're gonna spout some alt-pol bullshit about invasion of privacy? No, I'm not. People are safer now than at any other time in history, detective. So when someone like Heartbreak does come along... Good point. London's trying to look like he can laugh it off, but pressure from the higher-ups must be reaching its peak. They want, maybe need, to see someone charged, and that makes them predictable. Yeah, well... Even if there's nothing standard about HK, Department SOP still dictates we starve the media for case details. That way, when we do feed them, they're grateful for whatever scraps they get. But we can't take all the credit this time around. Homicide's tight-knit and tight-lipped, but it's not like there's much information for us to leak in the first place. Why is that? Because none of the shootings were caught on the opt-in crime surveillance system. How's that even possible? I know that there are some rough areas in the lower wards, but Optics is watching every other street in the entire city. You're saying you haven't seen the serial killer on camera once? You think we'd have let him kill 6 people if we did? I understand your concern, ma'am, but Optics is only what it says in the name. Private for surveillance systems signing in to feed into the state's security network. It's not perfect, just another one of the many public safety tools in our belt. It's not meant to be perfect, it's meant to help us solve crimes. Or at least act as a deterrent. One would hope so. Fat chance. Deterrents are for war rooms and board meetings. Anyone crazy and desperate enough to commit a crime in a city like this couldn't care less about anything as vague as the consequences of their own actions. It's like a safety blanket, one with very few holes left in it. But it does have holes. Patching up those remaining holes takes effort, and that effort usually means rebooting the system. There's all kinds of technological details and digital bureaucracy involved, but the end result is that there are occasional localized blackouts, and the math used to schedule them is not impossible to predict. I see. But those windows of opportunity are small and short. Taking advantage of them required specific knowledge. You'd need to be involved in a law enforcement pub data or city planning. I'll have mentioned it in my client. They'd have mentioned if my client was a cop, and he wouldn't have needed a public defender either. His file says he's modded for heavy mass manipulation, not tech interfacing. So what just leaves his city? That just leaves city planning. So does he work construction for the city? HQ's only ever struck at times and locations where optics would be down. Even with the devil's own luck, it can't possibly be coincidence. Wait, so you're saying when this woman was killed? Yeah, there was a blackout around 8 to 9 tonight. Right on schedule, so to speak. And it included the area surrounding the victim's apartment. Oh, what about the DNA from the other crime scenes? Was my client a match? There's been no blood, no saliva, no suspect DNA at any of the crime scenes. No footage or no forensics. No footage and no forensics. Also no motives, tampering, or witnesses. It's been like hunting a damn ghost. We didn't even have a murder weapon. Until now. Finally, a lucky break for the boys in blue. Scams, cams, drones, forensics, no matter how you dress it up with tech, all detective work relies on one basic assumption. People make mistakes. But HK is the kind of monster who doesn't make mistakes. Only reason we caught him tonight was because he finished what he had set out to do all along. So was my client on the list of suspects before tonight? Weren't you listening? There was no list of suspects. We questioned some X's, a few CIs. Someone even spoke to 1 or 2 enlisted at some point. Nothing came of it. There was talk about staying on some kind of psych eval or something, but I never expected much to come of that. There's just not enough there to work with. In other words, the only thing they have, the only thing they could have, to link my client to those killings is the murder weapon. If I can jostle that keystone, then the rest of their case should start coming loose as well. Androids and cops. By the way, I couldn't help but notice that you're light on staff. It's 3 in the morning. We were expecting a parade. I thought there's at least be a few androids around. Aren't many androids in any police station this week. Not while the brass is renegotiating contracts. Contracts with Noble? Good guess. Hardly. They're the biggest. Hardly? They're the biggest robotic corp there is. Could spend all day in Center City without leaving their office's shadow. Yeah, we're very fortunate to have them headquartered here. Saves us some money on shipping, at least. Well, these talks never last that long. I'm sure they'll be back up to writing checks for Noble Lads by the end of the month. Even with Noble pushing those warm androids. Warm, yuck. Might as well call it the adult line. Might see him in the bigger departments or out on patrol, but not around these offices. Not around these offices. Warm or cold, there's no such thing as an android detective. Yet. Any day now. Guess we should be expecting those any day now. Maybe android lawyers too. Get some android politicians in and we'll have the full set. Get real! People might like ads who do what they're told, but they despise ads who tell them what to do. I'm not so sure. Cameras, sensors, satellites. We already get all of our facts from machines. Give it a few more years and might make sense to let machines do the investigating too. The Union would. Police Union wouldn't let that happen. She needn't have specified. It's the only real union there is anymore. Thanks for the chat, detectives. I think I understand the background well enough now. Candidly, I see the same strokes you do, and the picture as paints isn't pleasant. But even so, it seems a bit unrefined to be brought before a judge, don't you think? Hey, it's only our job to catch the bastard. The DA is the only one who gets the conviction. Besides, we're not exactly gonna have to work hard to convince anyone of his guilt. And why is that? Because we found a handwritten confession at his desk. Well, that's damning. I wonder who wrote it, though. Well, that's, unexpected. I'm sorry, you're not telling me that he wrote a confession. Has it been verified? Not yet. We have to muscle past everyone in fraud and disinformation and disinfo to get to the front of that line. Fraud and disinfo. Fraud and disinfo. Okay. To get that to the front of that line. Why bother? The note's covered in his fingerprints. There's a copy in the discovery data, but I should warn you. It doesn't exactly make for light reading. I'll have to manage somehow. I need to see this confession for myself. Sorry for everything. Can't say it enough. Didn't mean to hurt you or do what I did. Did not want any of it to happen. Can't stay in control when I get mad. When I'm not in control, I hurt people without meaning to. So far, that doesn't sound like someone calculating. Wish I hadn't broken them. Didn't mean to at first, but I was hurting. Wanted you to hurt too, but didn't want to hurt you. Words aren't enough. I know that now. I'll take responsibility and do what I've been avoiding. Please forgive me. You call this a This reads like a suicide note, not a confession. I'll just put it there. This feels like it reads more like a suicide note. That was difficult to read. Barely legible, in fact. Well, got a spin on that? No need. But it's a confession. Not a confession that he signed, though, is it? Not yet. And not one he intended to sign anytime soon, considering that he asked for representation. Yeah, the most wanted man in the city asked for a lawyer and got you. And got you. Guess you're both lucky. Hardly. I just happened to be awake when the call went out. But I'm not so flush with work that I can afford to turn tail now. So if you don't mind, I'd like to go and speak with my client. What? He's not still handcuffed in there, is he? Look, counselor. With all due respect, we have strong evidence pointing to that man being responsible for 6 murders. 2 hours or so in cuffs isn't cruel or unusual, and that's for safety as well. It's kind of you to worry, but I doubt I'll be in any danger. He's killed 6 women. None of them are redheads. None of them were redheads. Seriously, though, I'd like to speak with him alone now. Camera's off, if you don't mind. Mic's on or off is your call, counselor. But we'll be watching the feed from right outside in case anything happens. And the cuffs? The cuffs, that is, stays on. The cuff, that is, stays on. That worried about me? How chivalrous. Yeah, my armor's practically blinding. Gross, I'll start up the unlocked cycle. Counselor, just one last word of advice. If you have any interest in his well-being, I'd suggest you help him sign that confession. Not a bad idea. I'd get paid either way. But the defense part of defense attorney isn't just for show, detective. I mean it. Oh. I feel like I'm being strong-armed. 6 people dead is one thing, but he's also caused weeks of widespread terror and public unrest. Putting it another way, he's made the state look bad. Ugh. That's a capital crime, if there ever was one. And even if the death penalty's not actually on the table these days, I can guarantee he's not gonna like whatever rehabilitation plan they draw up for him. Look, I've seen the victim work release program in person, and it's being challenged before the Supreme Court. Yeah, sometime in the next decade, maybe. Just remember, a plea deal might feel like a loss for you, but if it keeps him from, well, that's probably a win for your client, right? Prison sentences are generally lighter for those who plead guilty, that's for sure. It saves the courts a great deal of time and money, and they show their gratitude with reduced sentencing. But no one's will ever be grateful towards the heartbreak killer. Anyone convicted for killing 6 people, they'll never rest their mind another day in their life. "3:35 a.m., June 5th, 2086. It's depressing as hell in here. You need to liven this place up. Carlos flat, right? Hope you don't mind if I get comfortable. They've got a lot to cover, but this shouldn't take all night. What are you? Look, I already told you people, I'm not a cop, Carlos. Furthest thing from it. I'm a lawyer. You're a lawyer, in fact. And I'm here to help you. Yeah, well, they said that too. All of them did. Back there and here. Kept repeating it the whole ride over. They said that they were going to help me. That they knew this was all a mistake. Then they said that I killed. Acting like they were on my side, and they thought that I could have. It's not their job to help you, Carlos. But it is mine, and I'm here now. He's still in shock. I need more information, but if I approach this the wrong way, he'll just clam up even more. I'm sure you're exhausted. It's probably difficult to think, let alone speak. Can I save? A lot? Save. Boop. That works. I'm sure you're exhausted. It's probably difficult to think, let alone speak. But I'd like you to try and answer a few questions. The police already? Questioned you, I'm sure. But they were treating you as a suspect, not as a client. Okay. So what do you want to know? About you. Let's start simple. Something mundane, grounded, rote. I'd like to know a bit more about you first, Carlos. Something like... What line of work are you in? I'm a city engineer. Or I was, or I should be. As I thought, the police must be convinced he mapped the optics blackouts using data he stole from work. I got it slotted for the job. And, Carlos, I'm gonna need more than that. So what do I know? He works in city engineering, not a desk job. Ray said he was modded for work, and that arm must be in custody at the moment. But based on his shoulder, it'd have to be pretty... You can see how it's connected right here. It's very utilitarian. He doesn't strike me as the type who's enamored with the aesthetics of modding. The young and restless and the rich, swapping in neon and chrome limbs 'cause they like the way it looks. Or the way it makes other people start looking at them. No, he's pragmatic, grounded, and very unlucky. In which case, I should be too. You know, my brother wanted to mod. Really? Really? I don't even have a brother. He had everything planned out, a whole career path of promotions and bonuses and the upgrades they'd afford him. Then came his 18th birthday present. Test results politely informing him that he's not a viable candidate. That sucks. I think he felt relieved, actually. Seemed like it was a weight off his chest. Like he was glad that he didn't have to choose. Does that make sense? Yeah, I think it does. I'd always figured if I'd start at all, I'd start small. A hand or an eye, test the water. Never thought about lobbing my whole damn arm off, but the recruiter was enthusiastic. He said, because of the NCDA, there was financial aid and resources. Of course, that got shit canned, and so now me and every other modder is royally screwed. Couldn't even let me keep the tax credit. The New Citizens with Disabilities Act was amended, not repealed, but I doubt he'd appreciate distinction at the moment. I worked the tighter spaces, the high volt environments, mostly canopy upkeep. Typical stuff for modders, you know. He's speaking freely now. Don't need to do much, then repeat those words back to him to keep him talking. But the right word choice here or there can still make a difference. You work on the canopy? You must be... under a lot of pressure. You must be under a lot of pressure now that the subways are cordoned off. Damn straight. And this crap with Long. Once word got out that the case against him was real, every desk job in the chain became terrified of their own shadow. All of them convinced that internal affairs is gonna come knocking if they misplace so much as a paperclip. Everything by the books means no room for compromise, no room for problem solving, no room for engineering. Yeah. And no patience for screw-ups. He's trying very hard not to look at his shoulder. Why aren't you wearing your prosthetic right now, Carlos? Yeah, that's... rejection issues. Starting last month. A lot of sleepless nights. Rejection? Did the therapy not take? It's not like that. I wasn't oozing pus out of my socket or anything. And do those rejection issues have anything to do with your scars? Not in the way you're thinking. I'm right-handed. So those cuts on his face are just from shaving? Never thought this would go on so long that I'd have to relearn how to do everything. I mean, my problem started small, trembling, but then spasms. Start oversensitivity. Just oversensitivity, they said. An easy fix. But the problem got bigger. Couldn't let it get that far. Needed to be able to trust your own hands when you're on the job site. Drop a cutter at the wrong moment and people get hurt. So I sat down, made an appointment, and turned in my arm. And watched my case get placed at the back of the damn line. Where did you turn it in? Same mass turnaround chop shop with a waiting list like you wouldn't. It doesn't sound like you're a happy customer. Hell no! I'd found a dozen other clinics with shorter wait times. But as long as I'm renting and not owning, the manufacturer decides where your arm gets maintenance. And that's why I'm sitting here with this expensive-ass stump for a shoulder. I haven't been able to work in weeks. Bosses are generous enough to say my position might still be there when I get two working arms again. You can buy or rent a replacement yourself. Just in the meantime, I serve at the pleasure of the state. And they've got exclusive contract with Heinz and all locked up white knuckle tight. Hindi? That... I love that. It was like, ooh, new term. Would you like to read that right now? I was meaning to backlog his L. There we go. Hindi. They've got exclusive contracts with Hindi. All locked up white knuckle tight. Hindi. How Industries? As I recall, he's registered with one of their hapless models. If I took one step on site with uninsured tech, forget the fines. I'd lose the down payment and my arm. And I'd never work in this city again. If this was last quarter, maybe I could have worked something out with management, but like I said, no one's sticking their neck out for anyone now that longs in deep shit. You mentioned discomfort. Are you in pain? Is that an update to the profile? Civil engineering panoply, so that was just... Was that updating this part? Luck poor. Impressive grip strength, dexterity, and low cost of maintenance. Excess of it and its sister products, blah 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 blah. Hindi. Search for how industries world leading in the research, development, manufacturing, and fitting of cybernetic prosthetics, commercial and private use, and where hiring, where blah 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 blah. Ads. Are you in pain? Pain'll come and go. It's the itches that kill ya. And the phantoms come back pretty fast when I don't have anything. And the phantoms come back pretty fast when I don't have anything. Arm-shaped attached to, anything arm-shaped attached to me. Didn't they give you something to, well, wear in the meantime? Something the clinics had lent out for cases like this? What they gave me is a dead weight, the three-jointed landfill bait piece of shit. Sorry, it's a very shitty feeling having a part of your body that you know they cut corners on. If it's compatible technically, I can slot it in and feel on balance again, but the fingers don't even bend and the quick twitch motors are way off. It's like walking around with your arm asleep or dead. So were you wearing it when... So were you wearing it when you were arrested? No, I wasn't. But I'm pretty sure I saw the police bagging it as evidence, so... can't have gotten too far. So Detective Reeves has been quite literal about how he was found. He had the victim's blood on his left arm, only because at the time in question he didn't even have a right arm. No inconsistencies in the story so far, and he's opening up about as well as it can be expected. But this has all just been a warm-up for the both of us. Now comes the delicate part. Carlos, you and the victim were romantically involved? How long did you two know each other? Right. I've known her since college. We shared a few classes, some mutual friends. Always got along. Eventually we just got together at some point. Guess I never actually asked her out for real, out the real formal way. Sounds pretty cowardly saying that out loud. Dan, she was in genetics. Focused her studies on agriculture. It always takes them a few tries to get used to using past tense. Just finished her post-grad work this year. Got hired right out of the gate. Practically headhunted. You believe that? Practically headhunted. Of course she was. Any company would be lucky to have her, like... It was a real-ass job. Paid real-ass money, too. So her career was starting to pan out? Right as yours had fallen into the mother of all slumps. Where was she hired? Pedigree? No. Perigee Laboratories. They say that like the name matters, the whole setup's under Harco's umbrella. That doesn't narrow it down. The Harvest Corporation grows a third of the soybeans and corn in the entire country. One client that size, the lab wouldn't need any others. No. Now, no corporation earns the mega prefix without a little throat cutting, but Harco is about as tame as big business can get. Predictable like the seasons, no one's gonna buy that they had some lab tech murdered because of corporate greed. And she adjusted well to a new job? Yeah, they loved having her there. She never mentioned arguments or disputes, corporate politics getting rough. I don't think so. Not like I've been a good listener lately. But I never got the impression that she... Look, no one I know could do this to her. And there's nothing she would have done that would have deserved it. What happened to her was a long shot, hoping for a disgruntled character from her past to shift blame onto. But with no other suspects, I can't just reshuffle the detective suspects. I'll have to disprove their argument entirely. Cold and calculating defense attorney. Very fun. Alright. She's like, she looks very fucking guilty with all this information. Let's find a way to shift everything away. Let's throw a spanner into the works. Shit. This path's not gonna work either. Okay. Thank you, Carlos. That was very helpful. It was? Now, I'd like you to try and tell me whatever you can about what happened tonight. Oh. Start at the beginning and take your time. The details are very important. Alright, Miss, Morgan. I'll try Morgan. When you're ready. We were arguing. We had been arguing a lot lately. Arguing about stupid stuff. I haven't been working, haven't been making money, haven't been pulling my weight. I was mad at myself, but more than that, I was jealous of her. Jealous over nothing. Jealous over goddamn money. The reports say you were arguing about... the reports say you were arguing around 8 p.m. 8? Yeah. Must have been when we started. We got into it and I said a lot of things that I shouldn't have. And I said one thing I really, really shouldn't have. I crossed the line and we both knew it, but... knew it, so I left. Save! Things have been going fine so far, but okay. You left? Yeah, walked out the front door, thought some fresh air might help me cool off. Help me figure out what to say to make it up to her. Of course, the air wasn't fresh, just humid, thick like mud. And while I was pissing away the time, Diane was... Did you bring your phone with you? Or anything electronics? Or any other electronics? No. Kind of stormed off, didn't even take my key fobs. I didn't even lock the door behind me. With optics down, traffic street level cameras won't help him. That leaves... Did you go through a checkpoint? Or talk to anyone with modded eyes? Did you buy anything? Cash or credit? No, not even a vending machine. Not even a damn vending machine, huh? I may have met my match. How can anyone be this unlucky? That's quite unfortunate. I just wanted quiet at the time. Wanted to wallow in it, really. Sorry if I don't have all the details straight. My head is... But if my extra route would help, the cams probably... What? What is it? Optics was what? Can that even happen? And there's no other proof that you were out at the time Diane was killed. Meaning you've got no alibi. This can't. Listen, I didn't do this. I couldn't. Carlos, I'm the one person you don't have to try and convince. After all, I'm your lawyer. So let's just get it all out there and see what we've got to work with. Right. Now, you said you left to clear your head. So what made you come back? I came back because I heard a noise. A loud noise. I didn't know what it was, but it was loud, and it scared me. And it came from the direction of my apartment. I was walking back at first, but at some point I must have started running because when I got back I was so out of breath. And when I saw that the front door was open, something dropped in my chest and my lungs couldn't. You live on the first floor, right? Yeah, first floor apartment, street facing entrance. We were proud of that when we first moved in, like it was some kind of big deal. From the hallway I saw her, but I didn't realize. I never thought that she was. The lights were off. The whole room was a mess. I thought we had been robbed, or she had fallen, or there was broken glass, furniture knocked over. And she was. I called her name, she didn't move. I checked her pulse and she was still warm, her blood was warm, and I saw the gun. It looked so heavy, but I thought it had to be fake because I didn't want it to be real. Is that why you picked it up? What? Pick it up? I didn't touch that thing. I didn't shoot her, damn it! Doing what I do, you hear a lot of lies. White lies, blatant lies, hasty lies, bad lies especially. For me, it's always been easy to spot a lie. But it can be hard to know what to do about it. I have all the proof I need in my files, but he's nervous and defensive. And none of this works if he doesn't trust me. Stay up to date on the details of all evidence by checking your phone. If your clients notice that you don't know what you're talking about, they'll stop giving you any credit. You did touch the gun, Carlos. That's just a fact, and we know because of your prints. It's a fact that your fingerprints are on that gun. What? But I didn't do this. I wasn't thinking. I was just... Carlos. All I'm saying is that you picked it up. That's all. Would you believe me if I said I didn't realize it was a gun? That explains how his prints got on the gun. But not in a way that would satisfy the police. Still, if all he did was hold the gun... So stupid. I know what a gun looks like. But seeing it in my own home, right in front of... You're in charge, Carlos. You still are. The police came in sometime after that. I don't remember much of what they said. Things started moving fast, it seemed like. The rest of my night went Probably the way you'd expect. Carlos, you admit to having a verbal argument with Diane, but you said you were surprised to see that the room trashed when you got back. To clarify, you're saying that you two never had a physical fight? What? Physical? We never fought. We never fought like that. We did. Did the police say that we did? They assumed as much. Which means they also assumed the room was disheveled well before the shooting occurred. Considering that Carlos has told me, what else did they assume? What is it? I'd like you to take a look at something for me. The crime scene. Oh. It's an AR model built from the data taken as the police entered, so... Right, it's just that. It's just data, Carlos. No grisly details. Okay, let me see it. Take your time. Alright, I think I've got it. That's how the police found things. Now close your eyes and think back to how the room looked when you left. Try and focus on what's out of place. Alright. I'll take notes. You just say whatever comes to mind. I don't remember exactly where everything was. But well, the mirror was upright, of course, on the wall. And that clock was still on the wall. A chair got knocked over at some point, and the bed got tossed and cushions torn. The urn fell. Other than that... No, sorry. That's all that stands out to me. I see. Like so? Oh my god, you are not... Girl. Girl, what the fuck? What is this? What's wrong? Something about the out of place? Carlos, you need to trust your instinct. If anything seems off, don't be afraid to speak up. It's just, the fucking Steve! She's so proud of this drawing. I guess I just assumed your nose would be making edits to the AR. Well, I suppose that works too. I guess that works too. Float. Sorry, I didn't mean. I think your drawing was pretty good considering. I'd like to change the subject now, Carlos. Right. Let's talk about the letter that was found on your desk. Letter? What do you mean? I mean this letter here. Do you recognize it? Because the police are calling it a confession. A confession? But this is just a note to self. Pardon? Look, when we fight, I lose my temper, say things I don't mean to. So this morning, I tried writing things down so I'd have a script to stick to. So I could apologize to her instead of just fighting with her. Carlos, you say in the note that you hurt them. That's I. Fidget tubies. I broke her fidget tubies. Oh my god. Her what? Fidget. You broke her fidget thing. How could you? Her what? And what your mother? Her fidget tubies. Are those collectible ceramic character things? They're supposed to be like tactile. You use them as paperweights or conversation starters. Conversation starters? She loved those little things. They're not worth a damn. You can buy them at any flea market or garage sale, but they meant a lot to her, and I broke them. I mean, I was pissy at the time, but that goddamn piece of shit rental arm, I hardly know where I'm swinging it half the time. Got so angry I just ripped it off and tossed it in my room. That cheap, dusty, worthless. Okay, let's say he did break her fidget duckies with his replacement arm. What does that change? Nothing at the moment. There's not enough details in the notes for me to prove that what his intent was when he sat down to write it. But if the police insist on claiming it's a confession from the heartbreak killings anyway, couldn't even bother to sweep them up, I felt, so... Alright, Carlos, thanks for answering my questions. Why am I doing it that way? Ta! The fidget tubies! Alright, Carlos, thanks for answering my questions. Now I'm going to call the police back in here, and I'm going to get this cleared up for you. What? That's it? That's it. Okay. Although, before I do that, I do have to ask. What do you know about the Heartbreak Killer? Heartbreak? You mean that psycho that was trending all month? I mean, as much as anyone, I guess. I haven't been getting out much, but I'm sure everyone's on edge. A guy like that out there. He shoots people through the heart, right? The police have kept the victim's appearances far away from any upstanding news sources. So unless he was already following the murders, Carlos wouldn't notice any resemblance to his girlfriend. I mean, she was shot in the chest, but that doesn't mean anything, does it? If he's this slow on the uptake, it's gonna be a real shock when his officers walk in here accuse him of being a serial killer. I'll just have to squash that theory as quick and decisive as possible. Alright. It's like 2 minutes to an ad, so I'm gonna destroy their boo-boos. I'm gonna run some ads real quick. Oh. Let's at least get it so I have some ambience going for the 3 minutes. I'll be back.
Why?
I didn't realize you could smoke in here. Technically, I can smoke whenever I want. For a fee. I guess so. Nervous? Don't be. I'm the one who's on the clock. Right, I'm sure this isn't your first time doing this. No, of course not. It will be my first homicide defense, though. Oh. Why does everyone always think the first time's so goddamn important? Hey, cheer up. I've got relevant experience in other areas. Oh. And, what areas are those? You ever gamble, Carlos? No, ma'am. I never go anywhere near loot boxes. Never go anywhere near loot boxes. Oh! Don't touch the stuff. More like playing cards. Oh, well then, no to that too. I've actually got pretty terrible luck. Could have fooled me. Well, what I do is a lot like poker, Carlos. Poker's nice because even if you're dealt nothing but crap all night long, you can still win. Which makes things pretty fun. Okay, so, do you have a good poker face? I like to think so. Are you lucky? Only when the stakes are high. And, in this metaphor, we're playing poker. And the stake's the deal, and the state's the dealer. If only... No, the state's more like... the house. You mean like the house always wins? Yes. They're very good at it. Winning, I mean. That's why they're up there, and we're down here. That's why they're the house. So what do? We play the cards we're dealt as best we can. Win more hands than we lose. Keep it up, and eventually someone will come over and tap the dealer on the shoulder and whisper something in their ear. And then we'll politely, we'll be politely asked to leave. That doesn't sound very triumphant. The house always wins. So our definition of victory is more like, don't lose. Thanks, Morgan. But I guess I was more asking, like, what should I say? What should I say? Just leave all the talking to me. So that's the strategy? What's up? You know, there's a saying about gamblers with strategies. Yo! Ready to confess yet? Alright, here comes good cop, bad cop. Cause I already wrote up the DA. Woke up the DA. Alright, she must be new. The district attorneys have final say on whether or not a case is brought to trial. Only fair since they're the ones who end up having to actually prove the damn thing. Most of them prefer simple guilty pleas over long, protracted trials. And they all dislike having their time wasted. Unfortunately, then, you'll have to call them back. Because my client is not guilty. And frankly, I'm not even sure you have enough to hold him here. Right? What she said. You don't need to say anything, dude. You've got a weird sense of humor, counselor. Definitely generations, I guess. Different generations, I guess. Before my time, kind of thing. I'm serious when it comes to defending a man's innocence, Detective. Counselor, we have your client's written confession. His written confession. Let's start there. Okay, well, we'll be happy to. The thrust of every argument starts with the facts. It's already known and agreed upon. Public knowledge for every player at the table. It's pretty simple, counselor. Real paint by numbers stuff. See, we found a note at his apartment with his fingerprints on it, apologizing for hurting them all so bad. Yes. Now, how are you planning on spinning that? Those are the facts. But I've been building up my hand all night. And now I've got weapons to answer anything they try and throw at me. Well, my client did write that note, and it was an apology. But not for murder. He was apologizing for... And all the facts, they're laid out. Now review the response in your hand. Select the card that best answers the argument and place it into the slot on the right. Oh, it's a bit of a... Oh, I didn't realize this part. Okay, the cards are making sense now. You can mouse over your opponent's portrait for a reminder on what key point you're answering. Debris. Ceramic... Oh, ceramic crap near a western window. He was simply apologizing for this. The hell is that? I found myself asking that exact same question. What are we looking at here? Something from the crime scene? This diagram of the room is created from data you captured, right? Pure, non-GMO, augmented reality crime scene data. Yeah. What's non-GMO? Not much these days. Oh. Noticed anything out of place? Yeah, the whole room's full of busted shit. It's the scene of a murder. Full of busted shit for sure, but it was more referring to the unidentified ceramic debris found on the western side of the room. The hell is that? Ceramic debris, huh? Must be from the vase that got tossed. Actually, that's not possible. Oh? Because that vase wasn't damaged. It's not possible for the debris to have come from the vase. Because it was a vase is still pristine. How is that? How's that possible? Hi. Lady at the garage sale told me it was so old and delicate. Damn, the one time I try and thrift shop on my own. Oh, so what? What does it even matter? If the vase doesn't have a scratch on it, then the debris must have come from somewhere else. The debris is what that debris is what my client wrote that apology over. You're saying that that confession was his apology for not vacuuming? I am, because that pile of rubble was all that remains of the victim's collection of Figibob. What? Fidget tubies. What he said. Mr. Flat broke the victim's ceramic figures by accident, and this impressioned note to self was just his attempt at scripting out an apology. Can you prove that? We're taking this seriously. As much as I wish we weren't. We're all in our agreement that my client wrote that note. And we can all plainly see that there is ceramic debris at the crime scene. Now, since it couldn't have come from the vase, it must have come from the collectibles. Simple, right? The hell are you on about? The entire room was trashed. As the arcs already shows. Those fidget tubies must have gotten pulverized during the struggle, too. You really gotta claim he sat down to write an apology to break her toys after gunning her down? Not a bad train of thought, but I can do better. No, those collectibles were destroyed much earlier than that, and there's proof. Yeah, it's gonna be this one. Just take a closer look at the rental you took into custody. Huh? One swipe of your finger should show exactly how devastating it was to the fickle buddy ecosystem. Fickle buddy ecosystem. It's fidget tubies. Oh, you got it right now. Whatever. You did take it into custody. I'm sure you found ceramic debris on it, yes? Now that you mention it... Fine, whatever, he broke them with his arm. While he was killing her. Happy? Overjoyed because... Because even a cheap arm's got an operating system that had logged the last time it was worn, right? Right. See... I happened to spot a footnote in the lab report. It said that the rental hadn't been used since the AM. Whose side are you on, old man? It's gotten pretty late, sunshine. Just try to save us all some time, where I can. Well, thank you for your service. Well, thank you for your service? Are you seriously buying this crap? Just look at how scratched, how scrawled, how pathetic that note is. How you expect me to believe he was that upset over a fidget tubie collection? One that hasn't even been graded? Oh my fucking god. You care about these things too much, girl. Setting aside Detective Ray's surprising depth of knowledge when it comes to collectibles, you're correct. They held no real monetary value. It would be odd for Carlos to be shaken over their loss. But so what? So what? After all, that's not panic they're seeing in that page. No, the only reason that note looks the way it does is because Carlos... is right-handed. Because Carlos is right-handed. Yes, I am. Did you not know that? Shouldn't that be on the permanent record or something? So the reason why that note looks like asylum wall scribbles is just because he had to use his left hand to write it. I tend to think better writing than typing. And I need to get used to using my left hand anyway. I just thought it would be good practice. Taking that into account alongside the ceramics, your slam dunk confession is looking about as well as watertight as a fishnet. Okay, fine. Forget about the confession. Congratulations, counselor. You've established that your client's remorseless. Now let's get back to the reality of the situation. Here's the facts. We found our client at the scene of the crime, wearing a coat covered in the victim's blood, right next to the big old goddamn gun that just so happened to have his fingerprints on it. That's right, that coat is... what? You gotta claim it's not his? But he actually wears an extra small? She's trying to bait me. In her typical low-key fashion, the argument flow. As the argument flow, you won't always have the strong hand. Sometimes the best you can do is hold your tongue and avoid overcommitting. Try to lose as little credit as possible while you wait for more favorable chance. Oh, that is a fun mechanic. She must have something. She must have something. No sense playing into it. Sprite over there in the corner. Something you'd like to ask me, Detective? I'm just curious what it'll be next. You gotta tell me he actually wears an extra small? He doesn't wear an extra small. Oh, fucking... I'll stay. Oh... And Justice wielding the rifle. Very interesting. Ah, gee, Carlos, do you? Oh, no? Yeah, sure, there's no evil twin you've forgotten to mention. There's no evil twin. No, I'm afraid not. Not even gonna go for a mystery third party at the scene of the crime? To prove his innocence, I would need to get there eventually. But going there now, without hard evidence, I can't prove a third party. I have no evidence of a third party at this time. Damn right you don't. It's clear as day in the arcs. No evidence of anyone but Carlos being there that night. So keep dreaming. It was obvious she had something there, I wasn't gonna win that hand either way. But at least I didn't overstep and take any more damage than I had to. We're not contesting any of that, Detective. My client freely admits to holding that gun. He picked it up in confusion after coming home to find a brutal crime scene, which was not smart. Hey, but not illegal either. And that's it? He had her blood all over his clothes. Yes, he did. Right. Do you have those clothes on hand, by the way? I've finished with them a while ago. What are you getting at? It'd be easier to just show you. Would you mind getting them for me? You know what? Sure, I could use the fresh air. Stinks of bullshit in here anyway. And here I thought the room smelled like... Psst, Morgan. What are you doing? My coat's covered in her blood. Remember that much? I remember that much. So don't, doesn't that, make me look really bad? Just relax, Carlos. I'm pretty sure that's impossible. You're innocent. And that means that having more evidence will always help you, not hurt you. Really? Really? Not really. Plenty of innocent people in prison. People with bad luck. Or bad lawyers. People shouldn't count on the truth to come out easy. More often than not, it takes coaxing. What was it that reminded me of? Alright, here it is. One blood-stained jacket fresh from the lab. So what's your angle? You're gonna tell us that it's actually just hot sauce? No. That would be silly. She actually thought it over. So what the hell's your point? Hey! Sorry, just got thrown off by the turn of good fortune. What good fortune? You should thank Detective for bringing you your jacket, Carlos. She's just proven your innocence. My client was arrested wearing this coat. He would have been wearing it at the time of the murder. It was the victim's blood on it, who we know died when she was shot in the heart. By a gun that happened to be an old world pre-tagging firearm. And so this coat proves he couldn't have been the shooter. Is there a gas leak in here? In what world does that make any sense? Sense happens to be key here. I just need to draw their attention to what they can. Where is the blood? I'm gonna guess. Alright, that's a fun. Did that actually quick save? That didn't quick save. Alright. Oh. I'm slightly paranoid about this one. Sight. Just tell me what you see. I see a coat with a lot of dead woman blood on it. And you. What? Why are you on this page? Excuse me? Are you making me have to look at the jacket now that I got it back? Look at the suspect wearing when taken into custody back from analysis. But on the sleeves matches that of the victim with 99.989% certainty or other details of error forensic significance found. I thought they were gonna go with blood splatter stuff. That's why I went with the visual. Alright. Why is that 2? That's not what I wanted to do. Are you wanting to do a smell because he was outside? Just do me a favor, detective. Tell me what you smell. I don't smell anything except dried blood. Exactly. The coat smells like blood, but it doesn't smell like cigarettes. That's what I've been smelling. Yes, Detective London, I was smoking earlier. Could you rejoin the conversation? I've been listening. You wanted me to smell the jacket. If you would. Let's see. No gunpowder. What? What about gunpowder? Oh, don't blame yourself for not noticing. This was before your time. You can't be more than a few years older than me. But not before your parents, it seems. See, gunpowder's weak by today's standards, but it's still volatile stuff. Hard to store, prone to misfiring. And when it goes bang, it leaves behind an awful lot of evidence. The hell is she talking about, London? Modern firearms like the ones we carry use electricity, magnesium, even air pressure or sound waves. They've got more accuracy, more firepower, less recoil, less noise. And you don't leave behind any residue. Gunpowder residue? You talked my ear off about how difficult it is to tracking down a gun that doesn't leave digital traces. But a revolver like this one, it'd leave gunpowder on the skin of whoever fired it for days. So then his coat. If you don't trust your noses, you can check the lab reports. I think if they had found any gunpowder on my client, or his clothes, they'd have taken the time to highlight it. Well, whatever. That just means he washed off after shooting her, or he changed his clothes. That's not impossible, but it would be pretty pointless. Huh? His jacket and his left arm were blood-soaked when when your officers found him. Did he really go through all the effort to get rid of something as subtle as gunpowder residue? Just to get the victim's blood all over him afterwards? In light of these details, I'd like to formally request that you reconsider the charges Mr. Flat is facing as soon as possible. Whoa. They're faltering now. Should topple over at any moment. And the letter was mostly the icing on the cake for them. But that gun is all they had to link Carlos to any of these shootings. So if it looks like he never actually fired the gun, I'll admit, things were a little dicey there at times. But once I was able to grasp the situation, the smaller pieces fell into place easily enough. Not my cleanest work by far, but overall I'd say... Did you get a message? Wait, did you actually manage to find it? Something you'd like to share, Detective Reyes? You're good. Twisting the truth into knots, making the facts work for you. Thanks. But your luck just ran out. Because the net scrubbing found a cam active at the exact moment of the shooting, and right now, I'm staring at a photo of the killer. Wanna bet? A photo of the shooter. If she had that, we wouldn't still be talking. But I doubt she's pulling this out of her ass. She's got something from the scrubbers. She must have something. A little save scum. Interesting. I'll stay for the moment. I'm not sure I follow, Detective. Did we establish that didn't we establish that there was an optics blackout during the shooting? Sure there was, but this isn't from optics. Good thing I held my tongue. As I thought, the scrubbers must have managed to dig up something from outside the network. Which means... Party's over, counselor. Feast your eyes on this. Well... Okay, that qualifies as lacking. And yet, there it is. I managed to find a quarter needle of evidence in a whole city block of haystacks. What are the goddamn chances? No. With the scale their tool operates on, I guess the chances are as always in their favor. Alright, this isn't good, but it's a far cry from the worst case scenario I envisioned. You could even say I got lucky, which means the stakes are... well, it's a little bit... blurry. Don't look at me, I didn't take the damn thing. Technically, no one took it. Looks like at the time of the shooting, a neighbor was on their phone. Probably venting about how crazy the couple across the way was acting. But if their phone was on, its camera would be on. And so we managed to get this shot through the window. Where to begin? Far away, unfocused, ultra-low resolution, zoomed in, blurred, color shifted. And so compressed it looks like it's another century. There are tools that could enhance this image any further, and I could count the pixels on one hand. And you could kiss its admissibility to in court goodbye. You can't honestly claim that you can identify my client from this image. And there's no way in hell you could get this past a judge. Yeah, you're probably right, we couldn't. But I think I know a DA that could. Either way, doesn't seem like your client's leaving this police station anytime soon. That photo. What the hell is happening to me? I think I know a DA that could. Don't be so modest, old man. We have photo evidence of a left-handed shooter standing in the hallway at the same time we, Alright. It isn't mirrored. I just had to check the time. It says 9. We have photo evidence of a left-handed shooter standing in the hallway at the same time. The whole neighborhood had heard a gunshot. And who do you know had their left hand fingerprints all over that gun? You're referring to my client. You think? We've established he wasn't wearing his modded arm at all tonight. So he must have shot with his left hand. Yes, and we've also established he's weak with his left hand. The left side that had no gunpowder whatsoever. Forensically, my forensics will never be perfect. Counselor, sometimes we miss things. Sometimes you take a walk through the rain when you finally get where you were going. you somehow end up dry. Well, that doesn't mean it didn't rain. That is the weirdest fucking... What? What the fuck is that metaphor? What? All of which is to say, before judge or jury, photographic evidence outweighs a failed sniff test. Carlos is innocent. I know he is. But that photo shows a left-handed shooter. Carlos is innocent. That photo is real, if both are true. And that means the photo doesn't show what it appears to show. So at a loss for words? Never. Just confused about one thing. Where was the photo taken from exactly? Exactly. Positional data is usually only accurate to with nearly public or to the nearest public router. If we were DN'd the phone's owner, and asked them where. Why bother with any of that? Ballistics and common sense tells. Can I look closer at that photo? Where the fuck is it? I don't know. My brain went, that doesn't look much like a revolver. I don't know. That profile looked a little weird. Common sense tells us that the perp shot from the room's doorway. The front entrance of the apartment faces to the south. There's a hallway that runs back to the bedroom. We're looking straight at the shooter, so it's pretty obvious that it was taken from across the north window. From the north. Is this from the north? Then why can we clearly see the clock? It's not that complicated. The neighbors who got the shot must live on the other side of the street. So we're looking in the bedroom from the north window. If she's wrong, I should seize the opportunity to start turning the tide. Please. She's wrong. Her photo was taken from the west. No. Crime scene map. That's the doorway. Where's the clock? Clock was on the wall. The chair got knocked over. The bed got tossed. The cushions torn. Where's the clock? I'm raising. I'm afraid that's simply not possible, Detective. The photo was to have been taken from the west. What kind of bluff is that supposed to be? Good detectives are misinformed here, and I need to take advantage of it. Time to press the initiative. What the hell did you mean that was taken from the west? The autopsy tells us the victim was shot from the doorway. The officer's ARC's data tells us the precise location of everything in the room at the time they arrived. And now your photo has shown us the exact moment of the shooting. Brain hole. And You can raise the ante and a hand up to this current max. Answer wrong, you lose more credit. But answer correctly, you can bank up more credits for trickier hands down the line. Altogether, that tells us that the photo must have been taken through the west window. As long as you consider bird's-eye view of the crime scene as discovered by the police statement. Where's the clock? It is the clock. Wait. Let me load that real quick. What the fuck? How does that work? Oh, that's how you raise the ante. Okay. And there's the buttons that only show up. Just take one look at the clock in that photo. Clock? What about it? A clock, huh? Seems like London's got an idea. If he's mistaken, I could pounce on it to keep my tempo high. This photo was taken right before the shooting, so... Wait, don't tell me the time of death is wrong. Alright. Can I see the timeline? Time of death, 9 p.m. The photograph does show 9 p.m. He's wrong. The time of death is correct. That's a good question, Detective London. But the answer's no. The autopsy, the clock, and the neighbors all agreed the time of death was 9 p.m. Right, no mistaking that. So then what the hell are you on about? There's a clock on the wall in this photo, analog style. There's a clock on the wall in this photo, analog style, and it reads 9 o'clock. 9 p.m., the time of the shooting. The hell is so special about that? Nothing. There's nothing odd about the time the clock reads, but do you remember there being a clock in the room? What? Actually, I don't recall there being a clock. That makes sense. He wouldn't recall seeing a clock. Because when the police secured the scene, the clock was already been knocked into the floor. And the only clock in the room was in the northeastern corner. My client was informed me that before the crime, it was hung on the eastern wall. Like so. What the hell is this supposed to be? An artistic rendition? It's, very distinct. If you had information about how the crime scene was before the shooting, why didn't you just add that to the arcs? And show you my hand? Just because discovery law compels us to share info doesn't mean we have to play fair, detective. Slipped my mind. I'll do that now. The important thing is that if that clock was on the eastern wall before the shooting occurred, then this photo must have looked through the western window to see it. Don't start getting ahead of yourself. The victim was shot at 9 p.m. The same thing that the photo was taken. The same time this photo was taken of the shooter. If you want to claim that the clock still on the eastern wall when it wasn't been knocked down during the fight, when it would have been knocked. You want to claim that the clock's still on the eastern wall when it would have been knocked down during the fighting? You've got your logic backwards, detective. Your precise photo shows what the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And there's one other piece of evidence that proves exactly how the cards fell. It's the glass. It's the glass, isn't it? Because the glass was on top of the body. Glass shards? What about them? Nothing much, really. Only that they're on top of the victim's body. Not under it. If the glass fell on top of the victim's body, that would mean that she was dead on the ground before the room got trashed. Now that doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone trash the room afterwards? That's a good question, Carlos. Luckily, it's the detectives who have to deal with it, delve into the minds of the criminally insane, not us. Tell me, detectives, were there any signs of a struggle at the other crime scenes? Other crime scenes? No, nothing like that. Those attacks would have been over in a matter of seconds. So what did you think when you saw the mess in the bedroom? That this was personal and things had gotten complicated. Shit happens. Shit does happen, detective. But in this case, it seems there's been a general Shit happens. But in this case, it seems there is a general misconception about the order in which shit happened. So what if the room didn't get tossed over until afterwards? He still shot her. And we have a photo right here. And I'm glad you do, detective, because that photo proved my client's innocence. Huh? Proving that it wasn't my client who pulled the trigger. The mirror. Proving that it wasn't my client who pulled the trigger is difficult and maybe more important for all of us. Time-consuming. Thanks to your photo, I can instead prove that it couldn't have been my client who pulled the trigger. Because the man in the photo can't possibly be Carlos. Like hell it is! It can't. The glass shards prove that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting, and we know that until the room was tossed, that clock was on the eastern wall. Which means that this photo was, this photo of the shooter was taken from the west. Back to this shit. That's impossible. The only hallway in the apartment runs from north to south. The only person with prints on the gun is your client. And the only fact that matters is that he used it to murder 6 innocent people. You're a very honest person, Detective. Excuse me? That's why you're such a shitty gambler. You're playing your cards too early, and now I can steal the pot right out from under you. All right about the hallway's orientation. You're right about the prints. And this HK figure kid has claimed 6 lies. We aren't looking at the hallway in that photo. What? What we're seeing is... victim stand-up mirror, non-digital. What is that? You're trying the glass shards again? Sort of. By the way, do you recall where the glass shards came from? Yeah, sure, they came from a standing mirror. A mirror that, at the time of the shooting, stood across the room from the western window. But then, that would mean... But that angle from that viewpoint, it would be reflecting the hallway. So we're not seeing a shooter with a gun in their left hand. We're seeing a killer that took aim with their right. And as we all know, my client hasn't had a working right arm in a number of weeks. And he hasn't worn his rental since this morning. So I meant what I said about that photo. I'm glad that it was recovered, because it just proved that my client couldn't possibly have committed this crime. That should be the end of it. Except it looks like Detective Reyes really is a novice gambler. Sunk cost has got its teeth in her now, clawing up her spine, whispering wounded pride in her ear. It's a cold sweat, hot palms kind of fever. The impotent, irrational fury of losing something you thought was guaranteed yours. But lucky for you, Detective, I'm well versed in shock therapy. You look dissatisfied, Detective Reyes. That's one word for it. And then allow me to put a nice bow on everything for you. In summary, my client's so-called confession was just a note to self. The police found him in shock, reeling at the death of his girlfriend, and arrested him for being next to a gun he forensically couldn't have fired. After being confronted with these facts, we retrieved photographic evidence of the exact moment of the shooting. And instead of utilizing said photo to track down this real killer, you tried to claim to depict my client. A man without the requisite limb, standing in an architecturally impossible hallway. We could have had a backup arm that we could have stolen one. A little stubbornness can be charming, but this kind of desperation is ugly. It's getting late. Time to bare my fangs a bit. That's the best you've got. Even a bare bones prosthetic off the market needs to be attuned to an individual's nervous system. You'd have to bring it to a clinic, which would have left a record on his shoulders OS. A record you won't find. And he'd still have to somehow have gotten rid of it before the police arrived. SOP at the scene of a violent crime calls for a full spectrum scanning the entire building and 100 meters around it at minimum. So where, Detective Reyes, did he manage to hide a cybernetic arm from your drones in the time between the shooting and his arrest? Well... Any objections? Detective? God damn it! Oh, this is great. And we're back to this song. Show me your hand flat. You're handcuffing me? In light of the evidence, we have no reason to hold you. Now I gotta call the DA and tell her I made a mistake. Not we made a mistake, huh? Listen, kid, you should know. Detective? Lost my train of thought. But hey, your attorney's real tiger. And she just fought like hell for you. Make sure you thank her properly. Public defense doesn't pay that well. Doesn't pay that well. Yeah. That's kind of used to say, detective. But my work is its own reward. Sure. I feel exactly the same way, counselor. What happens now? I'll have to speak with the DA about the dismissal. And there's still some paperwork we'll need to go through. But basically, you're free to go. Congratulations. You get to leave the casino with your kneecaps intact. Yay? Well, what do I do? What am I supposed to do? The detectives will continue their investigation. Their investigations into our break, huh? Yes. When the authorities are satisfied with their examination of the body, she'll be handed over to the next of kin. And then you can make funeral arrangements. No, that's not what Diane being gone is bad enough. But a serial killer? It's like she died of the flu. It doesn't happen anymore. People die of the flu all the time, but... I know what you mean. I can't make sense of it. So what am I supposed to do? Hell if I know. There are some contacts I could give you. Services, professionals, doctors. No, you've done more than enough for me. When you got here, I was so tired, I was too tired to even defend myself, to try and convince them that I didn't. You saved me. Thank you. You're welcome, Carlos. And that's my job, too. But it's my job, too. No, I mean... Thank you for not asking. For not asking if I killed her. Oh, Carlos. I didn't need to ask. I knew you were innocent from the start. Of course he was. After all... Oh, what a reveal! The blood's always different. Heart's always in the same place. Easy to find, hard to miss. But the blood's always different. A flowering stain unfurling towards an uninvisible sun. A perfectly unique bloom, only one for each of us. A Rorschach test with singular, universal meaning. Vitality at its climax. Bursting forth into a red fractal consisting solely of an infinite the end. But the comical thud of a body hitting the floor has its own kind of low-brow appeal. Oh, you crazy bitch. Bullet number 6 of 6. The gun's empty. It's useless to me now. May as well leave it. Feels like a waste, but whatever. Hiding the ammo was almost enough of a hassle to outweigh the advantages. I couldn't steal an untagged gun for a fair bit of cash. I could sell an untagged gun for a fair bit of cash, but cash can't buy you peace of mind. Oh, don't look so surprised, lady. Mopping around in the dark in here. Must have only been able to see my silhouette. Did you think I was her boyfriend back for an encore of that enthralling conversation? Can't ask her now. Did you hear that? Those old pieces are so goddamn loud. And people aren't even familiar enough with the sound anymore to know to run the other way. Probably roused half the neighborhood. But I didn't see anything I could use as ever a part. But I didn't see anything I can use as even a partial superior on the way in. Could they really not afford some throw pillows? I used the other 5 bullets in outdoor spaces in the small sphere of blind opportunity that the city's eyes couldn't think of to pierce. Cramped places, usually full of trash. This room, as cheap as it looks, is at least clean, organized even. So the corpse adds a certain satisfying contrast. Except... there's shit on the floor. On the window. Are broken pieces of something fragile and tacky. It's fine. It's just one thing out of place. Actually, it's not fine. It's actually really irritating. I could go for the stupid goddamn mirror. 5 perfect crime scenes, each of them. Not a speck of evidence, nothing to go on. And for the final shot, there's just has to be some pile of shit in the corner ruining everything. I kick the wall. Something falls from it, probably more tasteless bullshit. I toss over the chair, knock the urn, tear into the sheets with my curiosity and try to savor the shredding. If it can't be clean, I'll just have to lean into the messy angle. At least it'll be consistent. Oh, that's what that bright reflection on the ground is. It's the surface of the clock. This is all so stupid. Honestly, I'm not the ego-driven type. In fact, I pride myself on my humility. Now, was it satisfying when the first 3 went down with single shots? Yes. Yeah, but so what? I'm not made of stone. After that, I did start to actively aim for the heart, but... ugh. Heartbreak killer? Really? Don't people have anything better to do with their time? What kind of miserable, lifeless voyeurs would obsess over something that's none of their business? All of the threads and breakdowns and the goddamn theory crafting. All for the heartbreak killer. Sounds like a soap opera villain from a season where the writers were on strike. I'd feel insulted by the label, but no. There's someone else's name. That's someone else's name. They came up with it. They spread it. They marketed it. Heartbreak's got nothing to do with me. He's just some reckless, lonely, socially impotent loser who shot 6 people because... well, I'm sure people will come up with something. That he got rejected one too many times or whatever. Me, I killed those people because I saw them and I wanted to. And I'll kill a lot more than just 6. At least the room's thoroughly trashed now. If I had just walked away after seeing that mess by the window, it would have irritated me to no end. And now that it doesn't match the MO of the last 5 perfectly, it's irritating. It'll irritate the cops to no end instead. Good riddance, heartbreak killer. You enjoy your 15 minutes in the spotlight. Really savor it. I'm going home. The air is weighty tonight. Thick. Energized. A heavily foreshadowed summer rain I can feel on every hair. They call this kind of humidity oppressive, but I disagree. Warm tension on your skin, like in those short moments just after the shower turns off when the steam lingers. Yeah, it's always most comfortable right afterwards. Maybe there's no disagreement to be had. Oppressive things can be comforting too. Only the guilty ones run. I don't know about that. But I know I've never felt guilty about any of this. And I walk. Back to the end of the case. Oh no. Sorry, using my left to still. That's okay, you can just initial in those spots. I took a scenic route home, courtesy of our fine city's sprawling public transportation, and got in a bit after 11 p.m. Had myself a thorough shower, drank a glass of milk, did some stretching, made sure my phone was on. Time went by evenly through 1:40 a.m. Posting for public defender work came up. Decent rate, since it was so late and so urgent. I had wagered correctly that the boyfriend would have enough sense to ask for a lawyer, and enough debt that he'd need to be provided one. All I had to do was stay awake. There wasn't much competition after 1 in the morning. Okay, where else? Here and here. How did I phrase it earlier? Criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. Why wouldn't I take on a job where I already knew more than the cops? It would have been easy to convince Carlos to plead out. I would have gotten paid the same too. But easy is dangerous. Carlos was, of course, innocent, so his conviction would never be airtight. There would be doubts, questions, appeals, even fans, depending on his looks. More attention on HK and his crimes, more headaches. A cold case rotting in the very far back of the public's awareness is always preferable to one open and shut in haste. Now, with no more murders matching HK's MO, there won't be any additional public pressure to find a culprit. Now heartbreak can just starve to death, out of sight and out of mind, like any other fluke in the system. Almost done. Getting involved with this case, the case this intimately does have its risks. Hell, I might have even overdone things here or there. Like lighting up a smoke inside an interrogation room just to make doubly sure I didn't just smell of gunpowder myself. That London fellow seems more fixated on it than I would have liked. But obviously everything turned out rosy. And it's worth it for the finality of it all. Seeing the authorities' failings from the best seat in the house. That's just a bonus. Thanks again, Morgan, for everything. I'm sure Diane is grateful too. You crazy bitch. Funny. I didn't even know her name. Something the matter? No, sorry, that's just... I was mad when I left the apartment. I know she was too. So when she died... Death was instantaneous, Carlos. I can't imagine that she was in any pain. In fact, I can guarantee her she was dead before she hit the ground. No, I know, but I just keep thinking that she must have died angry at me. She must have died hating me. You don't know how to reply to that one. Present evidence. Oh, interesting. To tell you the truth, Carlos, there's something I've been wondering about myself. What is it? Something I noticed in the ARC's data that I didn't quite understand. A piece of the puzzle I couldn't fit in anywhere else. His medicine. The medicine she was holding was his. She was getting ready to go after him to make sure he had it. Oh. Oh, new search term. I haven't been paying most attention to the top corner. Mods therapy, body modification period, the process of adjusting the human mind and body for the unique challenges of stress that come from that. Just immune stuff and gamble strategy quote. Did you mean how to start gambling? How to bet sports on phone? A gambler with a system must be, to a lesser or greater extent, insane. Oh, Phantom Pain. Alright. Wait, is this gonna be an extension on the real definition, isn't it? Part of the body when this does stops coming from a part of the body that is no longer there. E. No, it's the optics they were talking about earlier. VRAP. Encountered an issue while processing your request. Hey there, due to ongoing controversy following the suspected suicide of the inmate J. Galley, search results for this term are blocked. What? Alright. Piece of the puzzle I couldn't fit in anywhere else. But maybe you can make sense of it. Meds for a motor. Non-lethal dose %. What is the... Where did you find that? That pill organizer was found on the victim. She had it grasped in her hand when she died. Obviously, the police didn't added it to the ARCs, but it was quickly ruled irrelevant. Seems like it contained triperoxazine, prescribed to help modders with phantom itches. There's small tablets in those are tricky capsules too for a pill organizer. Could be hard to handle with an unsteady hand. No one will ever know that she was feeling when she died. Even if they did, feelings are complicated. You can feel angry, happy, and sad all at the same time. But as far as facts are concerned, it would appear that when she died, what she was doing was setting out your medication for the week. To my eyes, anyway. June 5th. Alright. Long night. That was too far just now. Practically rubbing it in his face. It's not like I care about his feelings. I doubt I'll ever even see him again. But overstepping like that is pure hubris. And hubris invites a downfall. So why? Why did I even bother? It was the last piece of the puzzle, I suppose. I'll just need to show more restraint next time. Oh, there won't be a next time for heartbreak. The gun's in custody, there's no more bullets left. There won't be a 7th victim. There won't be any more leads to pursue. The media will move on to their next obsession. I'll move on to my next demo. And no one will ever found you. District Attorney Rockford? Oh. Oh! We have another crazy bitch. Oh! She's silly. Sorry, can I try that again? I'm so tired. By all means. Hello. All right. Counselor Morgan, morning, noon, or night, you're always so put together. I don't get it. How do you sleep at night? Pardon? You do white noise aromatherapy? Whatever you're doing, I need to steal it. God, I must have bags under my eyes, dark enough for the dumpsters. Assistant Director, District Attorney Emma Rockford. She's a prosecutor, a lawyer who argues for the state in court, trying to prove a defendant's guilt. And despite her sometimes unkempt appearance, she's probably the sharpest person to fill the position in decades. I should know, since I haven't beaten her once. Worse yet, she was the remarkable ability to compartmentalize all that adversarial's energy and only bring it out in the courtroom. It's part of what makes her good at her job. And hard for me to read. Should I buy a new mattress? What have they got you doing at this ungodly hour, Emma? Oh, well, actually, I'm here for you. Me? Your client was a suspect in the heartbreak killings. That's my case. Well, then you must have been relieved finding out that you won't have to go to trial against him. Against me. No. No? Why would I be worried about going up against you? This little drop emote gets used so much, but it's still good every time. It's always the unintended barbs that with her. It's always the unintended barbs with her. So you're working with those detectives? Yeah, London and the new girl. Grace? They've been reporting to me in preparation for trial. Preparation for trial? That seems ambitious. I guess they gave you the rundown. They've been doing everything they can, but it's hard to catch a killer who leaves behind so little. It's hard to kill while leaving so little behind. So Ray's told you they had HK in custody and you popped out of bed all excited to run down here? Hardly. I haven't slept in 40 hours. There's the fucking sparkly mode again. Too much on the mind. So when I heard there's a case with a single female victim shot through the heart, yeah, my ears perked up. But that's about it. Oh. Oh? I mean, Carlos Flat, a serial killer? The same serial killer that's outsmarted the state for weeks? She's not using his middle name. He was found with the murder weapon. But I can answer that any number of ways. That may be true, but Then I glanced at that report. You glanced at it? You glanced at it? No gunpowder residue on him or his clothes. Right. Too remorseful to apologetic in that note. Whatever it was about. His dominant arm, modded, with documented sensitivity issues. Never could have made shots that clean. There is the thing that never came up. It's been in the back of my mind. Even before he said his dominant hand was his right. You think a dude who would write that message would have the accuracy with his non-dominant hand to make that shot? Really? Never could have made a shot that clean. Not without getting close enough to leave scorch marks. Not to mention, he's too tall for the ballistics entry angles. And probably too heavy to not leave imprints. She got all that from a glance? But I'm sure a competent lawyer like yourself pointed all that out the minute you walked in here. Of course. Worst part is, she's not even being sarcastic. Yeah, of course, it couldn't have been him. Long-term relationship, physically imposing, argumentative. So not the type to bottle things up. It didn't match the profile. Profile? Yeah, Right, sorry, you've probably never heard of it. I know what a goddamn profile is. A profile is a recreation of a criminal's psychology based on evidence from their crimes. Kind of falls out of fashion for the last few fallen out of fashion for the last few decades. Not much need to guess about the why when 99 times out of 100 the who is caught on camera. Or before they even leave the house. I've had to find some real fossils and oddballs to get advice on how to go about it. But I think I'm getting the hang of it. About profiling? About the Heartbreak's MO? Well, at least this Heartbreak maniac will slow down now that he's lost his weapon. He didn't lose it. He chose to leave it behind. That tells me he's confident he can do just fine without it. And it just makes me even more certain that these aren't his only killings. Were there other shootings with the same MO? No, not that I found. Other victims that fit the description? No. But I'm not overly focused on the victim's appearance anyway. I mean, these 6 victims all look like each other, but they also look like a lot of people. That's true. Hell, they kind of look like me. Oh, beautiful. Amazing. Hey Morgan. Hey Morgan. About that comment she just made. Do they? Sure. But you didn't see it? I hadn't thought about it. Point is, no one can kill that cleanly when it's their first time. Getting things that perfect takes practice. So I know what HK must have had a lot more than 6 occasions to practice Morgan. So I know that HK must have had a lot more than 6 occasions to practice Morgan. And that's why I think heartbreak is a misnomer? A misnomer. And that's why I think heartbreak is a misnomer. Have you got something catchier in mind? I just don't think shooting them in the heart has any particular significance. If anything, it's a testament to their accuracy and their cold-blooded efficiency. The best possible use of 6 untagged bullets. 6 kills guaranteed, no matter what kind of life support mods life support mods they are packing. Their real signature isn't the bullets of the gun, it's the perfection. That's hard to wrap my head around. I'm saying that these 6 murders were just a fluke, a slip-up, a mistake? Exactly, a mistake. They got too clean, too efficient, and now they've got the public's attention. It's no wonder they're so pissed. You're talking about the crime scene? Yeah, probably threw the detectives for a loop, right? Based on what I've said, I don't blame them. Whoever trashed the room doesn't seem like the smooth operator you've been describing. On the contrary, I don't follow. This was the last bullet, their last shot. The other 5 were perfect. So if anything was out of place this time around, they must have known one hell of a temper. They must have thrown one hell of a temper tantrum. They make them sound like a child. Childish? Or cowardly? And two-faced. Childish and cowardly. And two-faced. Someone who hates to lose almost as much as they love to win. Your profile tell you all that? No. That part's just... takes one to know one. Hmm? Oh, boy. Amazing. What do you mean by that? What did you mean by that? Takes one to know one. After you said everything else, like, oh, that wasn't from my profiling. You know. And you're toying with her, don't you? You're having fun here. Oh, about profiling. So this profiling is some kind of investigative technique. The theory is that a crime can tell you something about the nature of the person who committed it. Stabbing, overkill, points to the passion, rage, lust they probably knew their victim. Poison and guns, meanwhile, suggest they can't overpower their victims physically. And then there's the thing you can assume about nearly all serial offenders. Child trauma, prior criminal record, few or no meaningful attachments. There's a lot of recurring themes in their stories. The detectives say HK doesn't leave evidence. So how come how much can his crimes possibly tell you? That he's diligent, almost perfect, highly intelligent, painstakingly organized, and with enough criminal connections to get his hands on an untagged firearm. It's rare to see her this animated outside the courtroom. It's almost like she's enjoying herself. Oh, she knows. Oh, she knows. Death of Yuri. I am loving it very much. A sheltered house cat has picked up the scent of a mouse for the first time. A lone wolf, educated but all her playful, lethal instincts coming to life. Probably overqualified or undervalued. Though I'm not thrilled about the fact that in that metaphor I would be the... Know what I mean? Definitely. And considering the marksmanship, the detective said that HK would have needed inside information on optics. So does that mean heartbreaks in law enforcement? Never in a 10 billion years. Oh. Antisocial, independent, despises authority. That'd be like a stallion applying for a job on a merry-go-round. He'd be kicking kids in the head after the first full rotation. Right, that's exactly how I'd put it. There must be some connection to the police, though. Maybe secondary or tertiary. These types can't help but insert themselves. Insert themselves. I do not do anything even resembling that. Wait, if HK's not a cop, how did they know about the blackout timings? Crime metastatistics analyst, probably? Pardon? Take the emergency response times from across the city and map them out. Look for brief spikes and delays. Chart out the dips in... Sorry. Technical, I know. But all the requisite data is publicly available. With a map, a spreadsheet, a calculator, anyone could reverse engineer the timing if they wanted to. That is such an unpleasant thought, Emma. So to summarize, you're looking for a cold-blooded, faceless, perfectionist killer who you think has a persistent MO or victim, no persistent MO or victim type, in a city with 8-digit population. Well, good luck. I don't need luck. I only need more information. Well, I'm sure the city would be happy to provide you with more resources. No, Megan. I mean, I need more crime scenes. Oh. Sad truth is, if Heartbreak walks away today, I'd never catch them. Only way my net narrows is if they keep piling up bodies. Not very fair trade, is it? Not a very fair trade, is it? No, it isn't. But getting screwed over is a given. It's a deal with the devil. Fair enough. Woof. Okay, that rant was pretty morbid and detailed. I need to get out more, or sleep more. Or sleep less, but harder. You think a higher thread count would help? Don't worry about it. I'm always happy to listen to you ramble. It's a lot more pleasant than having to face you in the courtroom. Sorry, but that's the adversarial process. So no hard feelings, yeah? No hard feelings. We're both just doing what we do. I could use a cup of coffee. How about you? That was a weird moment. What was about that? What was it? Was it her delay? I could use a cup of coffee. How about you? Oh, that was Morgan speaking. The text color. Don't tempt me. If you fall asleep face first into the table, I won't even take a picture. Okay. Just don't expect this to make a difference next time we're at each other's throats. Heartbreak won't claim any more victims. In 2 weeks, the media will have moved on to the next sensation. And the police will have moved on to the two cases they actually stand a chance of closing. It's what people do. But Emma's different. She'll set it aside and work a dozen other cases, never bring it up. But a private corner of that frustratingly sharp mind of hers will continue to whittle away at it. Never finishing, but never quitting either. So I can't afford to take my eyes off her. As long as that's the case, I may as well try to enjoy the view. As long as that's the case, I may as well try to enjoy the view. Oh, I love this. Oh, I love this. Ooh. Huh? Android. Which means you're going to be living with my friend for a while? For how long? I'm sorry, I don't know. There's no need to look that upset over it. My face barely moved. It may as well have been blatant pout from where I'm sitting. Yeah, like that. This friend of yours, they're trustworthy? Absolutely. In fact, I trust them more than anyone. Hey, come on. It'll be fun. Really? Really educational, too. To think you could stand to learn a lot from someone like Morgan. Ah, yeah. Oh, I'm definitely gonna have to get the full game at some point. I'm gonna let that autoplay because it wants me to press the button each time and not just autoplay the credits. Oh, that was really good. I came into this thinking, having the idea of, oh yeah, it was like Cyberpunk, like possibly a little Ace Attorney, but Cyberpunk dystopia. I was not expecting like the... What's the show I'm thinking of? The crime drama, not, is it Dexter? I don't know. I never really watched it though. I wasn't expecting it of, oh no, you are playing as the serial killer. Point of view, who just happens to also like to solve, to play defense attorney. It is very good at it in a scary way. I was not quite expecting that. It's really a really fun angle. Oh my god. You and the players. Laboratories of the devil card.co. Made with Unity. Alright, while this is scrolling, I'm gonna see who is live right now. figure out if I want to raid out or just end stream, because wow, I've been going for I haven't been paying attention to the time. Oh, whoops. Oh. Oh, 1 second, it started auto-scrolling. What was that? Help. You're the smartest person I know, Morgan. When it comes to people... Personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world. You're a criminal defense attorney and we're at a crime scene. I think I can guess what happens next. I've never stolen anything. That wasn't already I haven't stolen anything that wasn't already compromised. Work hard and the company will have you set for life, and after 2. I can't tell you how many musicians I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. That's not just a lawyer job thing. You're just like a doorman, and on the weekends too. Compared to the determining fault, determining cause of death is like a breath of fresh air. Company wheels don't spin for anything. We can't help. It's a million times more likely than the alternative. That heartbreak would stop themselves from killing. You owed him. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. When I take a job, I never half-ass it. Oh, I can't wait. I'm not gonna be able to continue this story for a while. An idle mind. Oh. Oh, here comes the results. I missed one single thing. 2 articles, 6 profiles, 18 key terms, 17 pieces of evidence. Total credit earned 36. Congratulations. If you finished episode 0 with 36 credits, you've also unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios based on your high score for episode 0. You also have 36 remaining store credits to spend on phone charms and case callers based on the highest credit you've finished this episode with. I don't have the money for that. Let's go to the main boat. What? Wait. Oh! Oh, she's great. What's that? There was... Phone charms? Phone charms? What did I miss in here? Customized phone. Reward for playing... Oh... What? It's updated, it's not the 2020. I can't get that anymore because I waited too long to play the demo and it updated to the... I don't know. Something changed. Alright, let's see. What is... Ooh. It's the white phone case. What charms? Morgan time charm. Hey! There's... It's 3D! Oh. Oh, it spent my... Okay. Is there anything else? Oh! Emma. Oh, but I'm not gonna be able to... The gold phone case, though. Emma. I already bought Morgan. Damn it. Okay, Emma's staying there. You won't see that until we replay this. Oh my god. Oh, it doesn't want to show me the profiles. Because I'm in the bonus menu and not in the save. Yeah, yours is gonna be blank. Oh. Save. Oh wait, main menu. That's the button. Alright, let me double check who the fuck is live. Yeah, I'm probably gonna be playing some Voices of the Void on Friday. And... Brain, hello. Yeah, it's gonna be quite some time until I get around to playing episode 1 of this proper. Because I don't have money right now, and cannot buy it. So... But yeah, this is fun. This is really good, and I'm gonna basically be annoying a bunch of people to play this now. When I get back into this, I definitely want to do it with a bunch of friends to do voices and stuff, because I was struggling a little bit with the 6 different, what was it? It was the main character, the 2 detectives, the suspect, and Emma at the end, along with the android, the hollow at the beginning. So it wasn't much, but swapping between 3 or sometimes 4 people was a bit much. So having other people to help with voices would be good. Alright. Anyone I want to raid into? You know what? It's been a while since I've actually been able to even watch Spicy's stream, so I'm gonna raid you into Spicy. Nope, snooze it. We're not doing another one. We love women's wrongs. I just tab over and it's the first time chat is highlighted. Oh, that's great. Oh, we love women's wrongs. That is the raid phrase. We love women's wrongs. Alright, where the fuck is the raid channel? There we go. We're gonna be going over to Spicy. And they're playing some... Can you please show me my followers and order them by the number of people who are watching right now so I can find them easier. Where's Spicy? Spicy! Start raid. Spicy's doing some Halo Master Chief Collection. It looks like Halo 1 at the moment. So, yeah, that's gonna be fun. I'll see y'all on Friday for some Voices of the Void, and I'll figure out what I'm gonna do next week for my random game. But yeah, very fun, very good game. I'll see y'all later. Bye-bye!